Step up, traders, time to roll. Numbers shaking down the scroll.
Good morning.
Clock is ticking, you already know. Welcome into the stock market show. Oh, yeah. Monday to Friday when the floors are light. Captain Jim James help you cut that dry. Charts are jumping, green and red glow. He's steering this ship on the stock market show. It's a stock market show where the bulls run wild, the bears lay low from the first loud bell till the closing blow. Ride that wave on the stock market show. Got your watch list ready, got your game face on. When the spreads get heavy, he keeps you calm from the open road till the last trade goes. He's calling the shots on the stock market show. Hey, it's the stock market show where the bulls run wild, the bears lay low from the first loud bell till the closing blow.
Check
Ride
1
that
2.
wave on the stock market show.
Good morning out there. How y'all doing?
Log on, lock in, get that trigger pulled on. TraderTheTrigger.com, TraderTheTrigger.com. TraderTheTrigger.com.
Good morning. You're a boomer. How are you? Still tone, what up? Cash, you king. Good morning out there. How's everybody doing out there? Good morning, America. Morning, the world. Morning, SA out there in Saudi Arabia. I saw you stopping in yesterday. Did you see that Dubai was warning last night that they will mess you up if you talk about what's going on in the Middle East right now? There's a tight lid on information coming out of the Middle East right now. Good morning. Good to see you all. So we've started this the start of a new show. Did I miss a spot shaving this morning? I don't know. So we're gonna take it a little bit easy here this week and try to work into this this new show. So we're revamping the daytime show, and then we're also going to be launching an evening programming as well. Evening program as well. I still have, like, this stream right here. Just getting this up is not easy. And just the stream, like the new setup and everything is in the background, or below the line, I guess. The production side of this, it still has a ton of work. And as a matter of fact, I'm missing one of my stand-up desks that came in yesterday, and or late yesterday, and I have to put that desk together so I can start standing up here. And I still have tons of work to do here. So it's daunting to say the least. So we'll take this nice and slow. The title of this morning's show is called "Throw Up Thursday or Not," or "Throw Up or Throw Down Thursday," and we're going to get into this topic this morning. I'm going to read and post some stuff for you inside the Discord this morning, talking about this because the market. The market is way overhedged, just absurdly overhedged. And we're not talking about, these people aren't looking for, and not only that, right? The price of that hedge is expensive. So if you have let's say you have a 30 delta put, there's a premium for those. And then that's just like, if you have it in the money put, then you've got, if you're new to trading or investing or whatever, and you got put or a call that's in the money, let's say at the spot price, that means the current price. They're expensive, so you have to, or you don't have to, but you want to then, or you're forced then to buy cheap hedging that's even farther out of the money with a higher delta, and then you need those higher delta puts to print, and so it becomes this like self-fulfilling, eat your own tail prophecy, and then you start forcing the issue that we need to crash now, right? It's like we need to correct, we need to major correct, and now we need to crash. And there's this sentiment as well out there. There's this sentiment out there that that's shifting due to positioning and not due to real sentiment in the marketplace. So you hear that hey, we got to do this, and this has to happen, and that's because of the positioning in the market. What's going on here? Hold on a second here. Got something wrong here. Okay, that's okay. That's fine. Let me get rid of that. Now, while this sentiment's going on, there's other information coming into the market that the market is likely being bought, and we've touched on it a couple times here. We've touched on that a couple times. We're going to go a little bit more in depth into that today. In Thursdays, I think the last expected throw up Thursday, we ended up throwing down on Thursday. We also have NFP coming up, and we've got some retail data stuff. We've got the Iran stuff. So these people aren't really looking for. By the way, we should throw up if you don't know. I can tell you right now, we should be throwing up on Thursday, like moonshot. It's 9:35 now. We should be going up right now. I haven't looked yet, but we should be going up today. And there's some squeeze risk going on. We're going to talk about a bunch of this stuff today. And I got some cool shit to show you about this, but like I think JPM's saying they're risk on, have been saying that. I think Jenny Marcus reposted some stuff about that yesterday. Rubner came out and said some stuff as well about this like overhedge, and I think Rubner came out yesterday and repeated, like late yesterday, came out and repeated what I said to you yesterday morning, which was, what happens when this volatility blows up? What happens when the aggression in the Middle East starts subsiding over the next few days? We're coming into a weekend. And then what happens as we get closer to QuapX, which is end of month for March? We start unwinding this whole entire package. We unwind the JPM collar, and it turns into this like squeeze. There's like the squeeze thing going on over the next 3 to 5 sessions. And then into the end of the month, there's this big unwind coming up as well in the face of this overly bearish sentiment and positioning in the marketplace. And this also ties into like the 1990s and is the bubble actually popped and all this other nonsense and noise. When if you look at where are we at right now, we're in March, right? We're in March, and this is one big consolidation. Let's just say it. You've got 3 fucking months sideways, and what does this turn into? You like have a nice pump in springtime, you get a nice summer pump, then you get the summer doldrums, and then some doom in the fall, and we're trading sideways this entire year. And I'll tell you what happened in the 1990s, late 90s, like 97, 98. We went fucking vertical. I say the F word. I don't want to say it anymore, but I'm gonna say it. We went effing vertical. And I mean in a monster way. So you're sitting there all year long, and then all of a sudden it's just like straight vertical up to the moon, while everyone else is calling for these big doom predictions. And these are like I don't know if it's respected, but people with millions of followers, everyone's on that effing trade. I don't want to swear anymore in the show, but try to clean up the act around here. So we're going to get into it this morning. Let's head on over and let's talk about Gamma this morning. First thing we're going to do is take a peek at Gamma and see what we got going on. This morning. Just a note to you, we should be going vertical here. We should have throw up Thursday, just so you know. And I'm going to read a few things. To you this morning about Gamma, see if any of the positioning or the 1-day Gamma's changed, net Gamma's changed, any of that kind of stuff. And I drew this in for you yesterday. and we're going to draw it in again this morning. I think I gave it to the community yesterday, and I'm going to do it again for you this morning and see if anything else has changed here. And fascinatingly, this morning, net gamma is firming up on the downside, meaning there's a giant wall being put in right now as of this morning at 6,800. So this right here, if we're looking for like this big bloodbath down here and down here, this wall right here is getting larger, like big. So it introduces some kind of even if we go down, some kind of like a ricochet up, even if we can't get past 7,000, and then another downstroke, and then a monster unwind into OPEX and then the end of the month to trade or pin or get sucked into the vortex of that JPM call. I think it's 7115 for end of month or end of quarter QOPEX. Try what'd you call it? Tropex maybe? Because it's triple witching now. They switched from 4 expiries in the same day to 3. Everybody argues about it today and all that kind of stuff. But we'll go into more depth into this morning. But you've got this put wall down here. See this put wall? This is bottom of put options. As of right now, it's moved up. This would be a new put wall now. This bottom of put options is now going higher. It's firming up as of today for net gamma. So you need to be aware of that this is firming up as a bottom. And then you also have 6850, which is right where SPX is right now. So this is the this was the gamma flip, and now the gamma flip is higher. So the gamma flip is now ready. Watch this. The gamma flip is now up here. So this turns white, which adds volatility into the market, some upside volatility, right? So if we're now in negative gamma down here, where negative gamma was down here, now it's up here. That gives the idea that yesterday we come out of volatility briefly, and then this morning we're back in it again, but the whole market is moving higher with some more support. This firming up down here is also good for the bulls, I guess you could say. Let me show you 6850. This is a week. That's the gamma flip up there now, right? This here is, we'll put this as green now, but it's weak. So we'll just write weak support. Oh, am I doing that right? Weak support, right? This is no longer a call wall. Get rid of this. That's our gamma flip. This is weak support. We can easily sweep lower down here, but this is the bottom right now that I can see, at least for today. For net, in terms of net gamma, this is a big giant wall down here. This is weak support, but you are looking to buy dips at this point. As of yesterday, it was actually lower. It was down here. As of yesterday, this was the target, and now not so much. Now not so much. And you've got bears here that want. There was 2 things that the bears want, or sellers. The sellers want. You've got people positioned for the crash, so you got that whole gang. And then you've got the tactical bear, and what they want to do is they want to get any kind of down they can today. They don't care if it's down here. They don't care if it's down here. They don't care if it's down here. They want it today. They want it done by 4 p.m. They do not want to be positioned short or long puts into the open tomorrow for this NFP thing and for the unemployment numbers, and then also the idea that that exposure into NFP. I'll tell you something else too. Like, most traders stand to the side on NFP and unemployment days, but if we're going down into into a day like tomorrow, into this binary event, if we head down, if we're trading down into that event, typically you long that close. If we trade up into that event, typically, you're selling that close on Thursday. And if we're kind of like flat sideways or sideways into that event, you are then what? You are sitting on your hands tomorrow. So if you're a seller, the thing that you want is to get out of your shorts, hopefully by the close today down here. Let's call it. If you are the doom bear, I don't know what to say to you. We'll go over it this morning at some point. We're going to spend an hour or two looking at that. Can the bears actually get down here? And can they get down here, which is what they really want. They really want down here. This is not acceptable to them. That's not acceptable at all. The tactical trader's like, whatever I can get today, I'll take, and then I'll get the fuck out on the close today. That's the smart trader or whatever, tactical trader, for any kind of downside weakness down here. And a lot of this is dealers, too. This isn't really bearish stuff. This I'll explain it later, but this is basically dealers selling into strength. But they will not sell for the crash that you want. So we'll talk more about this morning. So let's look at this from this perspective here. If you're going to look at from a gamma perspective, I'm going to look really quick at the 1-date options for today. Check out on our website. We keep 1 dates, 2 dates, 3 dates, and OPEX options for the range for today. And what we're expecting for a range today is right here. We'll do like expected daily range. So right here, that we've never done that before, an expected daily range. So expected daily range today for 1 day, it's 680 in the bottom, or 6,800, excuse me, for SPX. And then for upside, if we were to be caught range bound, it would be 6825, which is so right here, 6825. We're basically looking like here and here. That's the drag or pin on the market. On the upside, though, there is nothing to 6,900. So right up in here. Okay, so we're looking for kind of like this today. So we'll draw it like this. Let's draw it like this. We've got a magnet. Look at this. We've got, we'll draw this in like this. 6825. Is that right? Right there? Right there. Okay, so we'll draw this just like this. We'll make this yellow. And we'll say for today, we'll do this 1 date range today, right? We'll draw it just like this for you. So this is a magnet. Am I doing this right? Hold on here. There we go. Magnet right here. Daily magnet. Can I write it like that, maybe? Daily magnet. And then we'll draw also daily range. Oh, wait a minute. That's kind of a goofy looking. We'll draw this over here. Get that right there, maybe. Daily magnet. And then we'll draw it like, I guess like that, maybe. Oh, no, I messed that up. Look at that. Well, it looks so wonky. Right here. And we'll say this here. One DTE gamma. And we'll say that's weak support. Put that over there. Well, let's leave that right there, just like that. That's a nice little chart for us today. We've got a magnet down below, something trying to suck us down, right? Suck us down into here. And we have this throw up or throw down Thursday, right? Do we get sucked down here, throw down Thursday, and then we get the unclench into Friday? Or do we hold this morning, right? Get the 10 a.m. flows and squeeze up here, maybe like midday, 4 p.m., and then actually crash down into Friday, as possible as well. And then an unclench into the weekend to trade 696 or so. So we'll post this right here for you. If you want my expectation for today, we're going to spend about an hour or two talking about this in more depth with some more technical detail as to what I think is going to happen. But I'm afraid of this upside risk here. I'm afraid of this squeeze up into the close. Grab some liquidity, hit that 6,900, and then we have that downstroke tomorrow morning. That's how I would see us selling it, and then maybe holding this by tomorrow morning, and then the unclench to the upside, something just like that. So if you're a bear or a seller, my recommend is unless you're trading if you're trading futures, you can probably hold into. If we go up today, I would say hold into. Like sell to hold into the just prior to the news release tomorrow morning. If you're short currently, you're like, hey Cap, you know what I meant? We're gonna go down here, Cappy. Drag all day long, and I'm gonna hopefully get that into the close on today, Thursday close. I would be closing the fuck out on that close. I think tomorrow you'd get the unwind up here, and then you would get this over the weekend. And start trading Monday, Tuesday into 696 or whatever. So if you want to snip this, you can. I'm going to post this for you inside the Discord. One quick second. Snipping tool right here. This over here. And then I'll post this for you inside of the Discord this morning. And we'll go into more depth. Let me post this right here. Hold on here. I don't have any, I'm not hearing anything from the news squawker this morning. We got to do a sound test. Playing tight here, guys, just to make sure our sound is going okay. Like a sound test. I get a sound test? Oh yeah, main desktop audio is down right here. I see it. It's already down. Okay, we'll turn that back up. Nope, I need that down. Let me do a sound test really quick. Make sure everything's smooth. New office, new office, new studio. We're trying to build this thing out. I just want to make sure everything is working. Wait a minute here. Come on, baby. Give me that Dolby sound test. Yeah, I'm not getting anything over here. I can't hear a thing. Try this. Oh, there we go. Yeah, that's good. We're better. We're way better here. Okay, let's try that. All right, so we've got some sound here. We're going to now go over and do expectations for today. Letting the market open right now. This is SPY, and we're going to take a peek. Hold on, I gotta shift gears here. I gotta shift gears. Oh, by the way, if you I posted a chart inside of the Discord last night for Avgo earnings. That's pretty much played out as expected. We'll try to take a look at that today. We'll try to take a look at Avgo this morning, if possible. We had a downstroke followed by a rip higher. We got the downstroke just after the bell, I think at 4:15, and then we ripped up into slightly higher than expectations. I think we called 30. We traded 32, I think, or maybe even 36 in the overnight. They tried dealers were selling down into that open this morning in Avgo, so we'll take a look and see where that sweep is. There should be an unwind, though, another unwind, unclench into the weekend and early next week into Avgo as well. So we'll take a look at Avgo and see what that price action is saying. And we're going to start looking here at SPY. So this is your opening bell positioning. And we're going to start with the week. A peek right here. Oh, wait a minute. I got to turn this news squawker chirper thing off. Let me just check this. Yep, we're good. We're good on Financial Juice. On the real-time news squawker. We're going to put that big fat line right there. Just keep an eyeball on it. This is the weekly. We've already tagged it. Tagged it earlier this week, and then we're going to go to the daily here.
Reports lower runs at Kuwait refineries, including at Al Zawa.
This is your week. Also, the monthly sweep here. You don't know what that looks like here. This is your monthly sweep. There's a door that was opened lower that made people fearful. This is here's the February low right here. We came back down, swept this, opened a door lower, freaked everybody out down here. Everybody did the panic. At the disco, you got Jim James telling you we're not going to crash. I might be the only, like literally, I'm the only person in the market that's not fucking bared up. And then now all of a sudden, a few days later, it's, there's a little bit of a shift. They were lying to you. They're not positioned for the crash, right? The street is not. I said that too. I think I was like, the street, I think the street's lying to everybody, but they're long. Now, Pravorsky, I think, came out and said he's still bearish, but Rubner was like, they're out of their minds. So we'll talk about more about that today. We could still sweep down here, though, like mid-month. You can actually see it right here. I'll show you an example of this. So here's February, right, of what this usually looks like. This is the February, or this is the beginning of, excuse me, got it wrong here. This is the start of February. Sweep these lows, make everybody panic. But in fact, the first week of February is give me the fucking lows so that I can get long for the month of February. Party to the upside, right? And then back down mid-month in February, and then party to the upside into the close. If we did something similar to that for March, right? Very similar time period, springtime. You come down here, catch the lows, freak everybody out. Don't get long like you're supposed to in the first week of March. Like Larry Williams tells you to do by that beginning of the month, right? So the idea being that you rip up here, rip some faces off up here, rip up into the middle of the month, back down again, and then this like monster unwind into this, and this particularly for QuapX, this monster unwind into don't look at these dates down here. I don't have the chart to show it to you on, but I'll show it to you here later this morning. So at any rate, we've got the week right here. We've got the sellers wanting, they want more than this. They want this like down move instead of this nonsense up here. And I don't know if they can get that at this point. I don't know if they can get that. So we're going to snap this line here. And also note too that IWM, I'll show you IWM this morning if I have a chance here to show you that it's unusual. Normally these charts, these indexes, all have a door closed if we're like on the downstroke. Like, see this red bar right here that I just drew? This is a D. Daily, right? Door closed. IWM doesn't have that door. So, and that's abnormal. Normally, I would see it across the indexes, this like closed door right here. And this is different than an inflection point like, hey, that's the prior high. That's the prior high, bro. Like, well, that's an inflection point. We should bounce down off that, bounce down off that. But this D right here, this red D, this is like a you shall not pass, like downside, right? That's not on IWM. So you got to be careful trading IWM if you're like short. If you're a bull on IWM, you might blow by a bunch of hey, we can't go higher. And earlier this week, spec growth has been risk on since Monday. So they're accumulating. Market is accumulating spec growth. What does spec growth tell you? If we're risk off spec growth for a crash, normally I will run a scan and I'll get no returns, like zero for a consistent amount of time. I haven't been getting those. I've been getting returns on spec growth. Hey, long this, hey, long that, hey, long this, hey, long that. And I'm like, why is the noise crash in spec growth is saying, no, bro, they're accumulating that stuff. We shouldn't see that if we're risk off. So in my view, we're risk on to the upside. And whoever you are out there buying those expensive fucking puts, you are the bag holder. You are going to be the bag holder, in my view. I've held that view for a couple weeks. I'm going to continue with that view moving forward. So we've got that doorway on SPY. We got a closed door on SPY. We got a closed door on Qs, a closed door on Dow Jones, but not on smalls. Not on smalls. So there's our daily. Let's check the 4-hour here. Oh yeah, baby. We've got this one right here. This is change this right here. This is, I think that is your 6850 or your SPX gamma support right in here. You know, we're switching. You can actually see it in real time. We're like switching from, you know, like sell all this down, get in there, you get your, you know, you're crashing all out of the shit. Your catalyst is going to be this data on Friday to, hey, why don't we throw up Thursday and we'll give you your doom down here, and maybe you get there. Maybe, if you're lucky. If you're lucky, maybe we'll get there. So everything, all boats rising up this morning in terms of gamma. And we're also going to look at 1 hour here. So this 1 hour here, this weekly here. You got your you shall not pass going on up here. You got your 1 hour right here. Watch out for a little bit of resistance above. A 1. Right, we'll leave that over there. We got the 4 over here. Well, I bet you there's rage here this morning. There's got to be some rage going on here. Has to be. Down lower, down lower, down lower. But wait a minute, we're going to do it like this. This is positioning for the day. There's 10 a.m. flows. This is 12 p.m. flows. We were discussing this yesterday, that during U.S. New York cash market, we get different kinds of flows in here. And you know the sellers are going to try to sell this down here. We're going to draw it just like this. Hold on here, just like this. Where's Friday? There we go, 8:30. 9 a.m. right there. And we're going to make this a 1. We're going to do this right here. You can bring this back a little bit. Can you see everything? Yeah, you guys can see everything. You guys are good. And we're going to draw, this is your 8:30 in the morning for your Friday doom data. Over here. And what we're going to do is we're going to draw this up. Right here. We're going to come back down into this 12 p.m. And we're going to send this to, where is 2 p.m.? Thursday, 1400, right there.
Feed for those interested.
Right up there. And then right down here into, like, start selling this down into 9:30. Right about there. Something just like this. Maybe this is a little bit easier to see. This is 9 a.m. up to 10. Try to sell you down on 10. More buyers up here. And then down into this, You guys want to see this better here? Something like that right there. And then some kind of an unwind on tomorrow to the upside into Friday, Sunday. This should, and if I drew this out for you already, I think, but this ends up coming up here. Prior briefs, so a little bit higher expectations, and then this unwind into early next week. Well, we could. Oh, wait a minute. Here, see that right there? Kind of an unwind, and then back down, sucked back down inside. I'll explain more of this as we go into the end of the month for March later today. But then back down again, and then up even higher into the end of the month. So let's go down to a smaller frame. Just take a peek here. Sometimes this doesn't always. Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes the time frames kind of make this all look wonky. So we're gonna go right here. We hit the one that we need. Oh, we need to hit this target up here. We need to hit. Do I have that right there? Hold on, let me just check that 1 hour again. Yeah, it's right here. Let me just draw this in really quick. Want to check if we have continuation today to the upside. We're looking for right there. White. That dotted maybe. Let's do a line. Yeah, we just need to keep an eye on this right here. So back to a 1 minute. Let's go back and look over here. We need to tag this. 680, 617 between now and 12 p.m. to get some more push higher for that 690. And you can see them already coming in at 10. They're going to try to sell this down, or not they, dealers are going to try to sell this down and try to keep us range bound in here. So there's your 10 a.m. sells. You know what happens. We get the flows at 10. We're going to draw this one in for 10:30. Did I draw that in okay? And there's our 12 o'clock right here, right? They're going to try to sell this bad boy down. If they can't, we'll grind, try to buy this back up at like 11:30. We should probably draw this in at 11:30. Put this in at 11:30 right here. See if they can keep buying this to go higher. Tight here. 11 and then 11:30. And they'll also try to come in again, sell this down. We'll use this line right here as our buy point. Just right down here in case we fade all the way down into the close. 1 second here. We're going to draw one more line up here. Something like that right there. Let's see if we can keep buying this to go higher. All right, here we go. Let's move this over. It's kind of a wonky day, isn't it? Right in here. Make this smaller so it's not so in our face. We'll just use these as guidelines throughout the day. This is the bigger trend. The dotted line down here is the daily trend. Let me bring one more thing over here. There we go. Leave this here just so we can see it. This one right here. And this one right here. And I've got this up here just to tag this 690 so we can come back for it on Friday, Monday, Tuesday. If we could roll up here, of course, but we're going to keep an eye on it today. And let me just check the overnight lows and see if there is an overnight
US stocks extend their fall with the Dow Jones down 1%.
Check this this overnight over here. Yep, so we've swept the overnight lows, or the overnight lows have already been swept. Overnight lows already swept on SPY, just so you note. There's this is 9. Overnight low is 681.52. 681.52. We hit it in the overnight. 681.52 right here. I'll keep an eye on that right there too. Push this up. And note the, can you see that here? Note that bar down below. That's, I believe that's 6.8. Just check that really quick. I think that's 6.805 right there. 6.805. If you watch that big fat orange bar, we'll use that as a jump point to buy. We can get down there. Still have not tagged 686.16. We had the initial rejection. I'm going to expect this to trade up here into 11. Tag that right there, and then right down here, so you can see the overall trend. We'll draw it just like this. Was that 10, 11, 30? Something like that right there. Maybe we'll make this bigger so we can just differentiate this stuff. Do you guys even need this stuff? I don't even know if you do. Trade is up to 686.17 from here. 1, 2, and 3. Bring it down here. Overnight low. Draw it like this. Give me just 1 second here, guys. This. Make this smaller. Yeah, it doesn't need to be that fucking big, does it? So down, down, corrective move right here. And then back up again, up into this 1130 up here. So we can tag that right there. Here's your time frames. Right there. I think that's better. I think that's cleaner. Overnight low right here. Clean that up for you right there. And that's our 1 hour. I think we already hit this one, didn't we? Nope, we still haven't hit that one.
The UAE say defense systems are currently responding to a missile threat.
Just like that. And this is your path right here. Make this one yellow. We got a nice clean right here, down here, and then up. And they'll try to take another swipe at this at 12 p.m. You'll see them. They'll come back down here, and they'll try to sell this bad boy back down at 12 to the downside. I think we're good. I think we got everything we need here. Keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on that orange red bar right there for a buy if we can get it. We'll try to long that here together. All right, give me another second here, guys. I got a few more things I got to do. Tomorrow at 8:30 a.m., we have non-farm payrolls, retail sales month over month in the U rate. That's the unemployment rate. I'm going to read a few things to you here. Hang tight here. I got to do this somewhere else. I have new stuff coming in. Hold on one second here. I'm going to start with this right here, okay? This was yesterday's. We posted this for you in the Discord yesterday for the free community members that are watching this live stream. I'm going to talk to you about it today. We have. Oh, hold on a second here. I gotta drink some coffee out of my. It's Catterday. It's not Wednesday, but it's Catterday. So yesterday's mid-market brief from Goldman, or excuse me, midday wrap from Goldman. The market is grinding higher. So this is from yesterday at the close. Market is grinding higher and basically back to Friday's pre-Iran strike close. And if you haven't been in the seat the last 2 days, you might have nothing to see here feeling. Macro is still driving much of the activity today as volumes moderate versus yesterday, but ETFs are still nearly 40% of the tape. Today, what's interesting to see is that the highest velocity barbells reversing their trends to start the year. The Kospi had its worst one-day session ever after the blistering start to the year. I think it was down at one point almost 20%. I think it was 20% at one point. So 1 day, it was the worst one-day session ever after a blistering start to the year, while Bitcoin is dusting itself off, up 8%, and helping drive the cover to bid the market. Momentum trying to recover from its fifth worst decline over the last year. Yesterday, up 2.5%. Today, as semi's strength helps drive. Software lows are in ? Our GSTMT SFT basket is now up for the sixth time in 7 sessions, despite the very positive Anthropic update earlier today. That was the end of the day wrap from GS. We also have a note here from Pravorsky. He's a guy that we trust. We like Rubner. We like Pravorsky. We like Charles McGilligot. We like Larry Williams. We like Bob Kendall, of course. We like the GOAT, of course. These are all traders that we like. And Pravorsky came out saying, quote, I've been inundated with clients who believe the pace of operation, quote, epic fury, end quote, is moving far faster than U.S. planners expected, encouraging some to press on until Iran's military apparatus is dismantled. And he says the risk is obvious. The thesis I still struggle to falsify is whether a single drone or RPG can effectively sustain a partial closure of the Hormuz until a negotiated settlement emerges. I'm not sure how much the situation is improving, and it may still deteriorate meaningfully, but the market does seem somewhat fatigued with caring. So GS's positioning is, and their position right now is bearish, right? And we know that Rubner was with GS, but he's left now. He's with Citadel
missiles and drones from Iran.
And I'm going to go into what he had to say about this late yesterday afternoon, which is slightly different than what Pravorsky is saying. And not only that, Pravorsky is giving just a little tiny bit of, hey, you know what? I'm not sure how much the situation is improving, and it may still deteriorate meaningfully. But The market does seem somewhat fatigued with caring. Fatigued with caring. That's a loaded statement, of course, but he's giving the potential that even if we get some down, maybe pricing in unrealized volatility, you might not get the realized volatility post data on Friday. You got to think to yourself. There's two things I said to you yesterday. I said to you, you think the market's going to crash because of Iran, right? What makes you, if it's not Iran, you think data is going to crash the market? I don't know. Why wouldn't Iran have done it? You know, Iran should have done that, right? Do you think that this data drop tomorrow is going to be the catalyst? The question becomes, maybe, maybe not. So he's even a little bit open to this. Maybe we've overdone it a little bit. Now, the Strait of Hormuz and Iran itself, you know that the U.S. is definitely over the next few sessions should have control and have taken out enough of those rocket launchers that you should see fighting wither a little bit. We can't really price in like something like you can never price in like something really drastically bad happening, big cyber attack, dirty bombs, things like that. You really can't you can't really trade that. If anything, what do people tell you? They say if you have an event like that, you buy it, right? If we have this like knee-jerk down reaction, you're all in, right? So you can't really trade that. So what else could there be?
In 10
I
minutes
don't see
time
what
now
it
at
could
the
be.
bottom of the hour, see the release of the weekly
So we're
EIA
going to
natural gas
delve into
change.
that this morning
Forecast for a draw
with
of
what
124
Rubner had to
BCF
say
and
on
the
this
prior
topic
draw of 52
here in
BCF.
just a few moments. Coming on down right now, like down, looking for this overnight low in here.
12-month digital euro pilot in the second half of 2027.
I'm just going to check one more thing here in the background, see if that's actually going to bounce down there or not.
US oil rises 5% to a session high above $78 a barrel.
We're just trading that right up right there. Tight area's got to do one more thing here. Just want to check something here if I can.
TASS News reporting that Azerbaijan suspends cargo transit across the Iran border.
There we go. See if we can just sweep these lows. The target is 681.27. Actually, a little bit lower. About there. Try to take this down right there to the tick right there. I'm going to try to take that down if we can. An eye right here. Watch this whole move right here unfold. Check one more thing here. Hold on, guys. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Close puts here. Even if it continues to go down as we come into that white line, you see that overnight, that white line right here? That's the target. Let's put the PT there. You see that? Yep. You want out of here before you ever get there. That's the price target right there. Tight here. What is going on with this? Nope, I don't want that. Tick strike. Ten a.m. sellers. See a push down to 680.59. Trading
It's in 5 minutes time now at the
680.95.
bottom of the hour. We see the release of the weekly EIA natural gas change. Forecast is a draw of 124 BCF on the prior draw of 52 BCF.
Man, that's been near fucking perfect again right there. You see that sexiness right there? God damn, I'm good. Man, I love money. Right up there. You might get one more. You might get one more pop right down here to 50. I have that right there. No, sorry, 680, 680, 58 or so. 680, 58. Keep your eyes on this one right here. 680, 58. We're going to look for this next cell right here to go up and then down over here. See if we get another plunge over here. Then up. Don't go long here. Just close your short. Then what they're going to try to do is push us down before we go up. I'll try to catch the neck, then the roll down here. You see that? There's S1. Yep. We're going to continue on this bearish thesis, and then we're going to switch over to the maybe it's overdone thesis. No, wait a minute.
Bahrain State TV says facility targeted Mame area.
Ten seconds. A draw of 132 BCF, a draw of 132 BCF, lower than the expected draw of 124 BCF. Seeing some strength in natural gas following the deeper than expected storage draw.
Just a second here, guys. I'm reading some stuff in the background.
We have posted the weekly EIA
Set
natural
this up-
gas
set up
change
this
reports on the
conversation.
feed for those interested.
One second here, guys. I'm going to read this to you and post these inside the Discord. We're going to talk about this. I don't want to buy that just yet. Well, one more downstroke. Give me one more downstroke. One more downstroke, please. I'm going to post these into the Discord as I read them. So you have Goldman, GS, bear, JPM, not bear. They are long. We've got and then we got Rubner, Citadel, right? He's saying overdone. We're going to start with the market is, quote, fatigued with caring, end quote. But Goldman's one Delta desk head warns we're not out of the woods just yet. Decent yesterday's bounce and what felt like something somewhat misleading peace talk headlines. Goldman's one Delta desk head, Rich Pravorsky, notes that the market's sensitivity to further geopolitical escalation does seem to be diminishing as hedges have been put in place and portfolios have been de-risked. But he warns, I can't believe they're saying, I can't believe Pravorsky is saying this.
NATO.
We're like 2 or 3% from all-time highs, de-risked. They actually made a comment a week or two ago where they said they were kind of pissed because S&P 500 is not down like some of the TMT, Fangman plus T, Mag 7, all that kind of stuff. And now they're saying, well, you need them to join in to go higher.
Player with Spain.
To new highs. He says, but he warns, we are not out of the woods. The Kospi rebounded sharply up roughly 9% from yesterday's Asia close as the AI hardware trade appeared to find a near-term low. Avgo up plus 5% after hours helps. Oil and geopolitics. Now it becomes a game of endurance. Eventual outcomes versus short-term pain in the energy markets. Things are getting acute in jet fuel markets. Qatar LNG disruptions could take weeks to normalize, and there have been reports of tanker incidents near Kuwait. This is fucking false. Yesterday, my wife said to me, did you hear that airlines have doubled their cost? So I fly all the time. I fly all over the country. I make a flight at least once a month, if not twice. On the weekends, I'm out of here. And my wife said that to me yesterday, and I went and looked at some flights. I went and looked at flights for this weekend on Delta and for next weekend. And then I looked for April. And if you go to like Google Flights and you just look up, I don't know, flight from wherever you live to wherever you're going domestically, they look normal to me. I found flights in 2 weekends in April for $140. Delta, on Delta, not the Greyhound of the skies, not your Spirit Airlines or anything like that. As a matter of fact, for this weekend, there's a thing called Future Proof going on in Miami. So I've been asked to go to Future Proof, which is this big thing with like finance bros, not bros, like the street, Chicago finance people. They want me to go there. Some people want me to go there for this event this weekend. Those flights to book last night, $300. Cheap. Normal pricing for a last minute flight. I was also asked to go to Ultra, and I was asked to go to Coachella and some other event in New York City that I don't know the name of, and some other event in Boston. And all in the month of March and April, like huge things I got to go to, or I want to go to, I'm being asked to go to, the things that I need to do. And I couldn't find anything in the flights yesterday that was screaming Strait of Hormuz doom. It's kind of bad for Iraq and for some Middle Eastern countries, but you got to remember a few things here. Number one, we don't need light sweet crude. That's what Iran makes. Okay, we don't need it. We've got plenty of it. There was a time when we did, but there isn't. That time is no longer true. The other thing is the Strait of Hormuz. The U.S. Contrary to your belief, there you go. We might get one more roll down. We might get one more like, oh my God, look at how fucking beautiful that is. God damn, I'm good. You might get one more slam down here and then up. I'm going to try to buy that dip if I can. I was gonna buy some calls there, but I'm like, nah. I did tell the Discord a few minutes
Australian
ago to
dollar
not be
falls
in
1%
puts.
against the US dollar.
So congratulations if you're not in those puts. I said close your fucking puts. This is all FOMO. So if you're in the Discord and you read that, ding. Now back to the Strait of Hormuz thing. The guardrails are off for the U.S. The last time that somebody tried to fuck around, like Iran in particular, tried to fuck around in one of these straits or these seas, you know what we did? We sunk their entire fucking navy in one day. It took one day. It was ugly. It was messy. It was ugly. And I would expect that we would run that same program right now, even if they were firing rockets from land instead of sea. If it wasn't the Navy there, if it was the land, I would think that the U.S. is like, fuck around and find out. You want to close the strait? You want to close the canal? You want to close anything? We are going to fucking bomb you to the Stone Age. So this Hormuz thing, right? Like, I think this is more trading than it is reality. The flights I talked to you about. It's like pushing this narrative of, oh my God, everything is fucked up, and it's just positioning. It's not real. So this is even from Pravorsky and GS because of their positioning. Now it's become a game of endurance, eventual outcomes versus short-term pain in the energy markets. Things are getting acute in jet fuel markets. Bullshit. China's government has told the country's largest oil refiners to suspend exports of diesel and gasoline. The nature, does that matter to us? I don't know. Who do we fucking buy Chinese diesel and gasoline? The nature of asymmetric warfare creates a persistent short-term premium on the ability to move cargoes through Hormuz. That said, I've been inundated with clients who believe the pace of Operation Epic Fury is moving far faster than U.S. planners expected, encouraging some to press on until Iran's military apparatus is dismantled. The risk is obvious. The thesis I still struggle to falsify is whether a single drone or RPG can effectively sustain a partial closure of Hormuz until a negotiated settlement emerges. I'm not sure how much the situation is improving, and it may still deteriorate meaningfully, but the market does seem somewhat fatigued with caring. On the macro side, data, ISM services was strong, very strong. Let me say it again, very strong. ADP payrolls also came in above expectations. ADP payrolls came in above expectations. You guys just told me that the fucking labor market sucked. You told me that it was horrible. Everybody's getting laid off, Cap. There's no jobs. There's no growth. There's no nothing. It's terrible, man. But no, that's not true, is it? The combination points, being past, of course, the event, GS comes out and says, oh, well, wait a minute. It wasn't as bad as we said it was. We were more positioned for this. But the reality is not as bad as people are making it out to be. But ready? The combination points to resilient growth in lingering inflation pressure, reinforcing the view that the Fed has limited urgency to ease policy. I told you yesterday about that you have emerging markets that are fearful. Where's their money going to go? Went into Bitcoin. Maybe it's coming into the United States like it did in the Asian financial crisis of 1998. If we're in the face of no more cuts in the marketplace and you've got the dollar slamming down that long-term trend from 1998, but you have cash flow into the U.S. markets, it's kind of like a form of QE, isn't it? It's a form of QE from emerging markets. Reinforcing the view that the Fed has limited urgency to ease policy. The underlying economy still appears to be running at a fairly hot pace. We can run it hot. It looks like it's running hot. No, it's going to run hot. That's what it is going to do. It's going to run hot. Though some of this may be backward looking given the BBB dynamics that boosted growth. That said, the Beige Book painted a more cautious consumer picture. Well, we already know that. We already know that the Beige Book painted a more cautious consumer picture. We know that politics have entered consumer sentiment. We know that politics have entered the Michigan consumer sentiment. We know that the consumer is worried. We know that the consumer is consuming all the diarrhea on social media, on media, and so their viewpoint, their zeitgeist, is absolutely not based in any fucking facts anymore. It is totally detached, and it's all politics based today. No one wants to confront the actual data. No one wants to confront that more people between the ages of 24 and 35 owning homes than ever in history. No one wants to confront the fact that that all people are better off. All socioeconomic backgrounds are better off than they were in 2018. We know also that there's a growing disparity in this K-shaped economy between these socioeconomic backgrounds, so that they're angry at each other. And that's what's spilling over for the zeitgeist. But it's still not the reality of the economy, nor of how these people are getting along in general, or the majority. Rather than looking up and saying, fuck those people, they're making more than me, but that guy on the bottom was making $10 an hour pre-COVID. Now he's making $20, $30 an hour. That is the bottom of the K-shaped economy. Several districts reported that consumer spending grew slightly. That's not negative. Though uncertainty prompted some consumers to pause major purchases and pull back on spending. Why, though? Why, though? On what? Is it because we're in a downtrend of spending? Like, if you look at consumer spending data, they go through these cycles. Like, we're going to all buy couches. We're all going to buy used cars. We're all going to buy this. We're all going to buy that. We're going to buy durable goods. We're going to buy shit from Temu. As a matter of fact, I would bet right now that if you start to see the data come in after these tariffs are struck down, people are going back to buying garbage shit from Temu once these tariffs roll off, because we're now down to 10% for 150 days. We're not at those full tariffs anymore. It's been struck down by the Supreme Court. Businesses, so why is the question? Ask deeper. Businesses noted rising caution with sales dampened by economic uncertainty. False, right? They feel like that, but their retail sales is not that. The spending is there. The uncertainty is your feeling, but it's not the truth. When you go out and about and around town and wherever you live, people are out spending money. They're partying. Go to any mall. Go to any high-end mall. I was in a high-end mall like 2 weeks ago, I think. I was in a high-end mall here in Michigan where they got like the Louis Vuitton, they got the Ferragamo store, and they got the Guards and all that other shit. They got the Tesla store and the Apple store. That place was fucking packed. It was packed. People just spend. Maybe you're not spending. Maybe you aren't, but the rest of the country is. The rest of the country is. And your feelings on this is not the reality. It isn't for most of Americans. Businesses noted rising caution. See that? Rising caution. Retail contacts described demand becoming increasingly bifurcated, with financial pressures on low-income families remaining intense and affordability weighing on autos and discretionary retail. Yeah, I can agree with that. And the data supports that. If you're in the bottom 15% of our economy, you're a person that makes about the lowest 15%. Yeah, you're angry. You're angry because you're looking at the lower middle class and the middle class and the upper middle class and the wealthy, and you're saying, hey, why don't I have what they have? But what you're not doing is comparing yourself to the pre-COVID, what your situation was, which was even worse. But you're not jumping on the same train as the other 85% of the economy. That's a tough pill to swallow. And I understand it. I get it. I understand that feeling. I understand that thought. Hey, why am I not able to join in with this upper group above me? And not further from that, there's not a lot of movement in jobs right now. So it's hard for you to even get a job to move up, right? You're kind of stuck where you are. And that creates frustration. So you've got retail contacts described demand becoming increasingly bifurcated. The financial pressures on low-income families remain intense, and affordability weighing on autos and discretionary retail. Risk. I think we've had a reflexive rally off the lows. The environment still feels choppy, and with oil threatening new highs, it's difficult to argue the market has fully moved on. My bias remains defensive. Pullbacks in rates look like opportunities, and I continue to look through the current stagflation impulse towards a longer-term disinflationary path. energy equities appear comfortable looking through the recent spike in front month crude, i.e., they stopped rallying. Arguably, so should rates. Asia EM looks meaningfully de-risked after the recent moves. My overarching concerns remain in AI disruption plus credit, which means the bounce in U.S. risk should be faded versus other pockets. Think secular growth plus defensives, avoid consumer. I disagree with that statement. I'm going to get into that here in just a minute. I agree. I disagree with three cores of that statement. I think Pravorsky is correct on the AI disruption trade, and we're going to talk. We haven't talked about that this week. I promised you that we would. The whole oh my God, the entire economy is going to implode on itself. The entire economy is going to implode upon itself due to AI disruption, and the Citrini. Was it Citrini that did it? That put out the Doom manifesto that all these other hedge funds, family offices, and the street came out and just ripped into. We're gonna get into that this week, I think, or over the weekend. Maybe I'll go into that. I think that's real. If you want the top line, it's real, but the timeline is kind of funky, and the street definitely does not want you focused on that right now. They do not want you thinking about that now. They don't want you thinking about that shit until maybe the election discussion, midterm election discussion, and more than likely not until next year after, but not right now. So I think the street was pissed off that Citrini is dropping intel that they shouldn't be, and causing or attempting to force the market to price this in early when the street is not ready to price that in just yet. The energy argument here from Pravorsky is more a trade than it is reality. And he doesn't mention the Asia EM. Looks like it's been de-risked. He doesn't discuss, nor anyone else discusses, where does that herd money go. So he's not giving you the full picture either. So this is the bear thesis. This is the bear we're going to crash thesis. And next we've got a report here saying futures jump on reports about Iran's willingness to give up the uranium stockpile. This was in the overnight. We had a big squeeze at 4 a.m. U.S. Equity futures jumped around 4 a.m. Eastern time after Bloomberg News reported that Iran had previously signaled a willingness to surrender its highly enriched uranium stockpiles in high-stakes negotiations just before the U.S. launched Operation
region,
Fury.
including the Strait of Hormuz, a warlike operation area. So this is similar to something that we have seen before. Seafarers Union and shipping industry reach an agreement giving mariners a right to refuse to sail to the Mideast Gulf region.
Could see one more sweep lower here, guys. Just be patient here. Just one more, just early buyers here. Sweep these guys out. Would like to see these guys get taken out. See right there? Up, down, and then whammo to the upside. Just watch out for one more sweep lower here. You should be following this line right here. Show it to you right here. This is your
mission
like
to the
1 minute
UN on
trend.
X here, saying that the claim that Iran closed the Strait of Hormuz is baseless and absurd. Iran remains committed to international law and freedom of navigation. In reality, it's the US that has endangered maritime security.
So this Bloomberg story about the Iran's willingness is an old story. It's not new, but let's be real here. Let's be real here. The U.S. is going to force you to do this, or they're going to, they're going to force you to do it. That's the U.S. is like weapons free right now. There is no restraint. We had the Senate yesterday say, "Fuck it, do whatever you want." Right? Basically, that's what the Senate said yesterday. They will be forced to that negotiating table. That's uranium stockpile will be secured. There's no two doubts about it. And no, you're not getting the dirty bomb. And no, you're not getting the end of the world. And if that does happen, you cannot trade it right now. You cannot trade that. No, your puts are not going to print that. The nothing ever happens applies here. And even when something eventually does happen, if you had taken that trade 30 fucking times, you'd be wrong 29 of the 30, right? So there's no point in that. You should see conditions improve. So that was for the squeeze this morning. And now I'm going to also speak to you about another article here. This is Let Them Eat Pie. Goldman Flows Gurus see seasonals soggy till March 14th. Mark that down on your calendar until March 14th. Month end tends to mark a recalibration in the market, having worked through critical flows. In 2026 fashion, investors are already faced with uncertainty and volatility to kick off March. I just showed you February, right? Every month, when you're in a bull market, every fucking month, if you don't break trend, write this down, because this works 75 to 90% of the time. Literally, if you are in trend and you cannot create a separation of major trend into the end of a month or a quarter, you are looking to long the market the first week for new flows. And there's like buybacks, right? And we've got pension funds, we got these funds and those funds. And you've got the street that's unwilling to buy unless we're on a low in the beginning of that month. They will literally sit on their hands and say, fuck you, I'll wait. And I just showed you February. Now we're in March, new month, and we're getting lows in the first week. First week again, right? So who's getting long there? Probably the street. While they tell you that the market's going to crash, right? Why are they telling you the market's going to crash? Not because it's going to crash. So they can get a fucking load along that month. We did not break trend in February. We did not break trend in the beginning of March. We're still in major trend. So who is this message for? The message for you and I, the retailer, to load the fuck up on puts for a crash and to get the market down and then initial buying of those puts, right? You know that the market, right, that you've got, let's say you got price right here, right? You got price right here. And you've got the initial, let's buy puts, man, the market's going to crash. So dealers chase all that put buying down, right? Market goes down. And then you also know that the moment you stop buying those fucking puts, that the market's going to unclench and go higher, right? That you're going to get the delta hedge against that big trade. The market's going to squeeze higher, right? So while you're down there waiting for that crash down there, like, I got all my puts, bro. You told me to buy them all. The fucking street is fucking long. And you know that the street's already pissed at you as a retailer. So they're going to move into more shenanigans, right? Telling you what's going to happen. Telling you this is going to be bad, dude. And they're actually getting fucking long for the month of March. So as the SP failed to rally through the critical 7,000 level gamma wall, Goldman's flow guru, Gail Afif, Brian Garrett, and Lee Coppersmith say that investor sentiment and flows lead us to believe the only way up is down from here. Down. We got to go down. The market continues to field walls of worry, despite a supportive macro backdrop, which has made the path forward painful. We will watch for a change to the flows setup. No one wants calls. I don't mean calls for 0 dates. No one wants calls for end of March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. And there's an argument out there. I know that Spot Gamma and some others are saying this whole market is 0 dates, bro. The whole entire market's 0 dates. No calls for a month out, 90 days out. Why? Because retailers know there's no money in that, right?
So
retailers know that. They're learning, right?
Reporter on X here says, I recommend that everyone watch Channel 12 News in 2 minutes. A big headline is coming. So again, Axios reporter on X saying a big headline is coming.
Let me show you something here. Back in the day, way back in the day, I was a wee trader.
Reporter on X has foreshadowed large announcements in the past, which have caused market reactions.
Back in the day, if you had like a 1, or you have the 0, right? You got 1 month, and you got like 3 months over here. I know this isn't the best thing right here, but over the course of a month, let me change this out a little bit. Or 1 to 3 months, you could usually expect to like come into this inflection point, buy a call, open a call, right? Or sell a put, and we would
So the
grind up
US
here,
itself
or we
$77
would
billion
grind up
in
here.
6-month bills on March 9th, settling on March 12th. For the same expiry, they're selling $89 billion
Nice
in
and
3-month bills.
Right? Nice and easy. You
3-year
could even
notes,
get
they're
in a...
selling $58 billion March 10th,
I should have put a
settling
2 in
March
here,
16th.
but I know it looks kind of fucking stupid, but you would even see, like, you'd see trend, market trend, right? Like this, nice and beautiful. These days, the market doesn't trade like that, does it, anymore? You'll get like you'll pull out some 0 dates, rip all the way up, get your print from 1 month out in like a day. Then it's back down again. Then it's back up again. Then it's back down again. Then it's up down here outside of the range. Then it's up here. Now it's up here. Now it's in here. Now it's in here. And we're just doing this whole thing. Whether the trend is up or down or sideways doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if we're going straight up. Doesn't matter if we're going down. Doesn't matter if sideways. So the thesis here would be, back in the day, this is how we traded. Right? Down here. Back in the day. It's like this over time. These days, this is what it is. Just like this. Wham, 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 wham. So what's the fucking point? I mean, what is the point? Am I being told I have to do this trade? You got to do this, bro. No, fuck you. I'm not doing that. I'm smart now. Why am I smart? Bro, it's information age. We're all talking. The retailers said, we know it. We know what you're doing in here. It's all your fault. I don't give a fuck if you're calling it my fault or not. I don't have $1 billion fucking dollars. You do. I remember I used to trade. I used to trade years ago with you guys on Twitter, on Wall Street Bets years ago. Even farther back was Wall Street Bets. And back in the day, I would never see puts come in blocks of 100,000 0-date puts. Blocks. Well, they're putting retailers all together. I'm like, no, that's the fucking street. I can't call my broker and say, give me 100,000 puts, and I want you to execute them right here at this exact moment. Well, they're putting them all together. It's all retailers. I'm like, no, that's not true. This is the fucking street. The street creates this, and dealers are alleged to create this themselves. They're not supposed to do this, but there's maybe they are doing this. Maybe liquidity providers are doing this. We need these guarantees to pay the liquidity providers for the dealers, right? To provide liquidity to the dealers to sell or buy the market. You start questioning, is it actually retailers that are doing this? You're being told it's your fault, and you're being told to stop it, but it's not you. It's not you. It's the street. You're just doing what you should be doing as a retailer. So the market continues to feel the walls of worry despite a supportive macro backdrop, which has been the path forward. We will watch for a change in flows setup. The next couple weeks remain challenging for U.S. equities. Geopolitical ramifications. While we leave the specifics to the experts, we look at the impact on oil spikes to the S&P performance. This sounds a fucking lot like, don't rock our fucking boat. Don't rock the street's boat. The result mixed. Setting aside some of the more extreme episodes, the median returns beyond immediate term tend to be positive. Since 2000, there have been 22 instances where WTI crude oil spiked by 10% or more in a single day. The average forward returns, blah, 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 right? Oil. Goldman's Dom Wilson and team see negative impact in equities and credit. No shit. That sounds like the fucking bond market saying long bonds when you shouldn't be long bonds. That they do every single fucking new quarter, right? Global equity and prime book, the buyer's strike continues. Global equities were net sold for a second straight week as gross trading activity continued to increase, driven by short sales, outpacing longs 2.1 to 1. The increase in gross exposure, coupled with sustained dispersion under the hood, will continue to proliferate degrossing episodes and further factor rotations, which have seen to start the year. Year to date, our PB team highlighted the semis, buying versus software selling, and private credit fueled financials selling as main sector themes in the U.S. Doom. The predominance of these trades casts further rotations as the most obvious pain train in the near term. Elsewhere, EM was the most net money bought region this week on the 20% down move, driven by long buys. EM is now the second most net bought region year to date, behind DM Asia, while North America and Europe are both net sold year to date. Fund flow, but can you imagine that? Like you're being given a discount and you're not getting long in the U.S. market. Not a big discount, but you're given some kind of a discount. Sentiment. AAII investor sentiment has remained cautious as the S&P failed to maintain any meaningful rally and AI worries have not comfortably subsided. The more concerning court of opinion for the U.S. equity market now is retail, which in rather contained incidents has flexed its muscles and reminded the market just how formidable an impact significant outflows can have. Seasonality. March tends to be soggier month for the S&P historically as the first half faces choppy price action downwards, but ultimately sees an average return of 30 BPS from March 1st to March 14th. Interesting. Let them eat pie. The trajectory of the month reverses on March 14th as the next 2 weeks starting the 15th return 80 BPS. Overall, March notes the fourth worst month returns for, ready for this? Overall, listen to this closely. This is an interesting point here because I already know the answer to this. Overall, March notches the fourth worst monthly returns for the S&P since 1928. How do you take that? Doom? Because you know what the second best returning month of the year is? April. So what is that telling you? Look for a dip to buy in March, not sell March, a dip to buy in March, and then look to sell April. So it's the opposite, right? Give me a dip in March. Let me get long for an April print. And then when I get into April, I want to be taking that money and running. Does that make sense? So if you're a seller, you're looking to sell, right? Take profits in April. So as people are taking profit, traders taking profit, investors, you want to be up there to tee off from that top. And this is the big one. This is the one that I'm going to post for you inside the Discord again. Hold on here. This is the one that I want you to read. So just doom everywhere. Doom, 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 doom. Where is the chart on this chart that I want to show you? I think it's is it the bottom? There it is, right here. What was that? Did I lose the stream? Please tell me I didn't lose the stream. Did I lose the stream? No, I didn't lose the stream, did I? Oh, you know what I didn't do, though? I didn't do what I needed to do on... Hold on here. Hang tight, guys. I gotta do that right there. I didn't do that. I forgot that. I'm on a rant today.
Iranian news agencies reporting that explosions heard in various parts of the Iranian capital, Tehran.
This is what I'm looking for here to buy, right here. I'm looking to buy this right here. Not yet, almost.
This is coming next to an Al Arabia post on X, citing the Israeli army saying that we are now attacking Iranian regime's infrastructure in Tehran.
That's that same one right here. The same one right in here. That one right there. That's the one that I want to buy right there. That one right there. See if we can hammer this right here. We're going to try to take this right to a tick. That's the one that I want to buy right here. Now, we get all the consumer sentiment out of the way. We get GS extremely bearish, probably positioned short. And then we come into something else. I want to talk to you about about market participants, retailers. You have bring that back over here. I want you to look at me. 70% of you are bulls. 70% of you are buy side. Fact. You'll always get the loudest asshole in the room like me or someone like me. But David AMS is a good example. I don't care if the market's going up. I don't care if the market's going down. I'll trade whatever's in front of me. They'll be loud. They're Sigma Alpha bros, right? But the truth is not that. The truth is that most of you just want to buy the dip. Most of you want to be easy with it. There's also a truth here that we need supply for the market, for great traders, and for the street. So of this 70% of you that are bulls or buyers and just want to buy the dip, most of you get caught in this trap where I tell you or someone tells you something like March is bearish and April is bullish. And so you're trying to sell March on the wrong time of the wrong side.
Tel Aviv flights are cancelled.
And then you're trying to get
March
long in April after the
morning.
move's already been made. When in fact you should be doing the opposite. You should be looking to buy a dip in March to sell in April. And the reason I want to bring this up to you is because I want you to think about like getting caught in the FOMO. The market's already going up and you're chasing the top. Hey, I'm so bulled up right now. Look at that. Woo! When in fact you should be like that when the market is selling. You should be like, oh my God, I'm getting bullish while everyone else is bearish. And I'm getting bearish as everyone else is getting bullish. So it's counterintuitive, right? To what you think is going to happen. Counterintuitive. So I'm going to read this to you right now. Quote, the bear camp has become too popular, end quote. Citadel's Rubner turns bullish, and he gives 10 reasons why. Now, this was yesterday at 8 o'clock in the evening. And I want you to hear this because this is what I've been saying to you for days, if not over a week. And I want to read to you what Rubner has to say on this. He says, the last time we quoted former Goldman, this is Tyler Durden. The last time we quoted former Goldman flow guru and current Citadel securities trader and flow guru, Scott Rubner, he sounded quite bearish. This was 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, he sounded quite bearish, focusing on unprecedented retail inflows, usually a leading indicator for something bad. Not anymore, right? You guys are killing it. You guys are listening when I tell you to do these things. You guys are actually listening. Hey, it's not like it's the opposite. So the FOMO in April chasing, you're trying to get out of your longs then. You're trying to sell March, you're trying to get long in March. And you got an asshole like me and others out there that are telling you, hey, I know you're reading all this shit, but you want as much shit as you can get so you can get long in some way. Maybe that's buying the market and selling puts to suckers. But it's going to crash cap. I don't know about that. It crashed last April. Cap.
Fujara says that they are
I don't know.
facing a missile threat.
Maybe. Why is the market supposedly down, but the S&P is holding up right now? I want to know. There's dispersion, right? Dispersion isn't sell, it's just spread out, right? I'm long this, I'm long that, maybe not long this over here. And then how do we get moving in April? TMT, Mag 7, Bang Man plus T.
The Fed bids for 4-week bills total $328
You're not some old man, are you? You're not some guy working at your local financial advisor firm doing his regular every March trade and April trade, are you? Fuck no. You're here to make money. You're here to quit your job, have a retirement, do piles of cocaine, have a man-boy servant. Whatever it is that you want in your life, right? So, Rubner's saying, it's not like that anymore. The street hates that. I work for a hedge fund now, I can tell you that, right? Record stock dispersion, lack of liquidity, and general market fragility, right?
ANI reports that one Su-30
Bearish.
MKI fighter
He sounded
aircraft
quite
is
bearish,
missing from
focusing
radar
on-
contact in India.
Turn this off here for a minute, or down. Turn this down. I don't want to compete with this voice. I don't have my things on either where I can lower the voice when I speak. But
Israeli military warns residents to
we'll turn it up
avoid
slightly more than that.
and Abad and Shenzhen industrial areas.
I'll say it again. Rubner sounded quite bearish, focusing on unprecedented retail inflows. Why? Why are there unprecedented retail inflows? Because a lot of retail is realizing that that you should be buying in a month like March, not selling, looking for opportunities to get long, which is counter to what you're being told to do. Sell it all, bro. When you're actually getting long. Same thing as October, right? We got out of the market in October and we waited for a November low to get long again, right? They were remember in October 31st, they were like, it was like the first week of November, and the street was like, oh, we got those retailers. You didn't get the fucking retailers. I left. I went to New York City. I was like, we're out of here. Closing our longs. We're gonna look for a low in the first week of November. We didn't get it, did we? We waited like 3 weeks to get that low. Then we got long again. Right? Remember that? I remember that. And so you're looking like retailers like, okay, we're coming into we got the seasonal weakness. We got maybe January, might be February, might be March. We got another sell in May that's not true anymore. It hasn't been true, at least historically. So we're just looking for some longs to get long for what? The summer. For April payouts, for going up. Do you want to be long in the fucking summer doldrums? Fuck no. You want to be long in the fucking you want to be long here in these lows. You want to be long on these Netflixes and all these other companies are getting taken to the woodshed for a year, for 6 months. I don't know. You got the back half of 25 and then the front half, maybe 9 months. You're being given fucking deals. Deals to get long for a print in the future. Not buying fucking tops on your favorite tech stonk. You know, oh my God, we got to sell it. No, actually, I'm looking to get long, bro. I'm looking for a place to get long. Long. I'm looking for a place to sell you fucking puts. Look at these fucking puts that are out there. These puts are 6 months, 3 months, 9 months, a year out. They're fat and juicy right now. I want to sell them to you. I want to hold them and get paid all year long. Or at least until the fall weakness, right? 70% of you are bulls. When should you be buying? I'll say it again. I'll keep a top line for you right now. When do you fucking buy? For 70% of you. Right fucking now. In your fucking spring. You buy a fucking fall low. You buy a spring low and a fall low. I'll say it again. If you're a bull, when is bull season? Right fucking now. When is bull season in the fall? In the fall it is, right? Like, no, man, bull season's summer. Bull season is the holiday rally in December. No, fucking it isn't. You do the opposite. You're looking to fucking sell the summer. You're looking to sell the highs after the holiday rally. It's the opposite. Record stock dispersion, lack of liquidity, and general market fragility. Well, he timed the war-related turn very well, and even though he didn't anticipate an all-out Middle Eastern war as his selling catalyst, he was still right, even if for the wrong reasons. So fast forward to today. This is Rubner yesterday. Rubner decided it is no longer time to be bearish. When, as he described in his latest note to clients, which laid out his latest analysis of market flow and positioning, it is instead time to turn bullish on equities due to washed out sentiment, supportive seasonality, and resilient retail flows. Quote, we take off our tactical bearish call and see scope for a bounce into mid-month. What the fuck? I thought we were crashing now. A bounce into mid-month. What day is today? The 5th. Well, fuck. With volatility normalization acting as a catalyst, concludes Rubner, who was popularized in the website, who was popularized in this website, he poached by Citadel's market maker to become their head of equity and equity derivatives strategy, wrote, his reversal follows client feedback, quote, on the ground, end quote, from his global marketing tour, as sentiment has materially weakened and the bear camp has become too popular. No fucking shit. Below, we excerpt, we do an excerpt from his note available. I'll post the actual note for you inside the Discord, in which he lists 10 reasons for a tactical bounce ahead. He says OPEX will represent the largest technical event of the month. Let me do a few things here. Can I just do this like this? Can you see this? I don't know. Can you see that? Should be getting long as fuck here, boys. March 20th, 2026. Quarterly OPEX. OPEX will represent the largest technical event of the month, with greater or less than 35% of U.S. options exposure set to roll off by March 20th. A clearing event for gamma that could meaningfully loosen the mechanical constraints currently anchoring the index. Huge expiry. What else is important about this expiry? Do you know? You know what else is important about this expiry? You got to remember the positioning that took place in the fall. So remember, I just told you you're buying the fall, right? For a print in the spring. And everybody's getting long. Let's get long, let's get long, let's get long. And we haven't seen that big upside print. We've seen 7,000, but we haven't seen like that 7,000, the push higher, the big fat print, have we? And once all these calls that are in the market expire or near expiry, you should see the market unwind where? To the upside.
We have posted the
quarterly OPEX for SPX has an expiry of 3.33 trillion. NDX, 112 billion. The RUT, 56 billion. Within a 4.3% SPX peak to trough range, the narrowest start to a year in 20 years, persistent overwriting has layered significant upside gamma into the index at SPX 7,000. That's why we have the fucking wall. That's why dealers are like, fuck you, we're not printing your shit. But the simple explanation here is we're not printing your shit because you're all loaded to the tits with calls. until it expires, near expired, I have to pay it all. And thereafter, I'll print the fuck out of it if we don't print it the day of, the day after, a week or 2 or 3 days later. As soon as your shit expires, I'll print that big upside print for you.
Yield of 3.625% and a probability cover of 2.88. Seeing Germany bonds extend their drop.
The inventory forces dealers to fade strength. Listen to this closely. This part. I'm going to mute this. Listen closely here. The persistent overwriting has layered significant upside gamma into the index. That inventory forces dealers to fade strength, mechanically leaning against rallies and limiting follow-through. All about printing your shit options. And no, we're not going to sell down into the depths of hell. 640, 600. So if they're not selling for the crash, the dealers aren't selling for the crash, and we're not going down in price, that fucking tells you something. It tells you that we don't have real money selling in line with dealers. We have sentiment bad with all this put buying, which actually supports the market. You have everybody getting long in the fall for a print now, and then you've got everybody getting short for a print now that's not going to happen. The asymmetry emerges on weakness with less structural gamma support below. Hedging flows can accelerate declines, creating a downside bias beneath an otherwise pinned index. Through February, cumulative daily SPX movement totaled 21.7%. It's been a trader's fucking dream, right? We're range bound, bro. I'm long, I'm short, I'm long, I'm short, I'm long, I'm short. We're going to crash, bro. Everybody's buying puts. We're long, we're short, we're long, we're short, we're long, short. Trader's dream. Option seller's dream too, right? Hey, I'm selling condors. I'm selling, buying, selling, opening condors, right? Flies. And we're not going anywhere. But we do have this expiry. This expiry coming up, we've got two important dates. We've got OPEX or QUAPEX. That is on, I believe, the 20th. And then we have what? Month end. That's when the JPM collar comes off. That's where all options go to die. What's that upside target? I think it's 7115. Keep that in your mind right now as I continue on. In other words, the market moved repeatedly but made little directional progress. Cumulative absolute daily movement was 44 times larger than the index's absolute return through February, a 95 percentile reading going back 40 years. Moves lower have been absorbed. There's no real money selling. There are people there buying the dip for a print later in time. Retail remains the strongest hand in the entire market. The magnitude and persistence of the buying activity across both stocks and options has been extremely notable. As we highlighted a month ago, January 2026 marked the largest net buying month on record. February flows, while below that January surge, still ranked as the fifth largest net buying month in our platform's history and the strongest in greater or less than 5 years. I just showed you February, right? Hey, we get a low in early February, buy it, get a print. Buy the mid-month, get another print to the upside. And the retailers are back here looking for that right now. They're looking for it right fucking now. First fucking week of March. Give me a low. Well, it's going to crash. I don't think so, bro. Just give me a fucking low so I can print this shit twice this month. How about we do that? Well, it's going to crash. Yeah, I know they're telling you that publicly, bro. Just chill for a minute. I just need to get a fucking low. What's it going to be? I don't know. Run, retail sales, NFP, any of those fucking things. Give me some fucking data. Give me anything. Give me any kind of volatility so I can get that fucking low, so I can get that fucking print to the upside. You're supposed to be more bearish than that. You're supposed to be buying puts here. Well, no, I'm not doing that, dude. I'm not doing that. I'm sorry. We do that on the top, right? We don't do it at the fucking bottom. I'm not buying fucking puts down here. Not buying your sucker puts down here. I'm looking for a fucking long. Retail's appetite to buy the dip, hey, that's me, has remained a dominant force in early 2026 flows. Year to date, average net notional traded on our platform has been 2.5 times larger on S&P down days than on up days. Listen to that closely again. Year to date, average net notional traded on platforms has been 2.5 larger on S&P 500 down days. Oh, we got a down day? Let's fucking get long. Are we hold those 3 months cap? Fuck no. We're just going to do a nice big long ass day, squeeze that shit all day long to the upside, get out, and we'll look for the back test. We have rules to buy that dip. We'll come back tomorrow. If the dip holds, we'll buy it again. Oh, they slammed it down in the overnight? No shit. Not in cash market? Oh, fuck it. We got another big low. Let's buy it again. Buy it again. Buy it again. Buy it again. Make bank. The intensity of dip buying actually increased. Net notional in February SP down days was 4.3 times that of up days versus 2.1 times in January. Fucking street's going to need to figure some shit out. We're going to start bankrupting banks around here. Options participation remains structurally elevated. Average daily retail options volume in 26 running approximately plus 14% above 2025 levels. Congratulations. If you're watching this show and you're kicking ass, congratulations. If you're watching other shows like this, congratulations. What's going on here? We going up here? Let's get up here in this 12 p.m. hour here. This is fucking almost near perfect here. Look at that shit. Fucking gorgeous. Now send my ass up here into 12 p.m. Send me up here. I know what the Bears like. No, Cap, we're not doing that. We're going to trap you in at 12 and send you to the downside into the close. You keep doing that. Right up in there. Option participation remains structurally elevated. Average daily retail options volume in 26 is running approximately 14% above 2025 levels. Nearly plus 47% above the 2020-2025 average, reflecting sustained participation rather than episodic bursts. The composition of that activity continues to evolve. February data show volume migrating towards the start of the week. Uh-oh. If you read Larry Williams' yearly outlook this year's, he had a whole section on best days of the week and month to buy. And he showed you all the data to say when to long. You should be buying Mondays, bro. You should buy after that first week low. You get in that deep fucking low on Monday of the beginning of the month. We haven't broken trend. Get fucking long. Prince Burr. And we're in the first fucking week of March, aren't we? As highlighted in this month's retail detail, dispersion drives engagement following the new listings. Nearly 40% of total retail options volume traded is now in zero-day contracts. This represents one of the most significant structural changes in retail behavior observed in our platform, with participation increasingly focused on short-dated, intraday convexity. Tax refund season now becomes relevant, which has a high correlation of being deployed into risk assets. Historically, refund issuances accelerated in late February and into March, with February 22nd typically marking the most active singular day of refunds. As of March 1st, only 30% of annual refunds have been issued, with the bulk of distributions occurring over the next 2 months, reaching 75% by May 1st. This year, the tax refunds are set to be larger and is a key dynamic that we will be tracking in April. Seasonal liquidity patterns in money markets funds align with this timeline. Historically, net inflows into money market funds increase between February and March, suggesting that so we've got what money markets and money market funds increases between February and March. Suggesting that a portion of refund-related liquidity initially accumulates in cash-like vehicles before being redeployed. This does not imply immediate equity inflows. However, elevated money market balances combined with refund seasonality indicate that incremental retail liquidity remains available in March. SPX 1-month skew ranks in the 96th percentile versus the last year. Short-dated implied vol is elevated, and SPX skew has continued to steepen as risk premium. Hold on one second here, guys. That's where that's happening over there. Okay, something's going on. If there are any signs of global de-escalation, it is our view that clients will click. One moment here, guys. Hang tight 1 second here, guys. Yeah, I don't see it flickering either. I was wondering if I was having power disruption with it. Okay, we're back again. Sorry about that. I've been see it happened again. Hold on, guys. I'll look at it afterwards. All right. Sorry about this, guys. I've got I'm having some issues here and some production issues here. Hang tight again, guys.
Security sources report that drone strikes target Iranian opposition camp in Iraqi Kurdistan. FARS reports that Iran launches a wide-ranging strike on the US and Israeli targets.
All right. Sorry about that, guys. I'm having some issues with power on my end, and I don't. There's a few causes or potential causes for it. Yesterday, I had the stream dropping or the stream was cutting out yesterday, and I'm afraid I might be having brownouts, and I don't know what the cause. I don't think it's from the power side from like the company. I think it's here where I'm at. So we're looking into it right now. And I just want to make sure we don't lose the stream 2 or 3 times today. Okay, so back to this: why we're not trying to be as bearish as others. Cross-asset investors have increased hedges in core credit products given volatility in the software factor. These continue to be some of the most actively traded hedges on our desk. On February expiry, hedge open interest across credit ETFs reached an all-time high. Alongside this demand, bond volatility has risen well off the January lows. Remember the big bond argument, buy bonds, buy bonds, buy bonds, trade that was out earlier in February, begging you to buy long bond yields. Amid increasing geopolitical tensions, crude oil volatility has also severely increased, with OVX crude oil VIX spiking back to highs not seen since the beginning of the Russia-Ukraine war. Macro product trading volumes greater or less than liquidity. Intraday trading of ETFs, macro liquidity, and zero-date options continue to set new records and exhibit short gamma behavior. ETF volumes hit 47% of overall tape yesterday, which marks a new 5-year high. This means that investors are using ETFs to hedge while keeping core exposure. So investors are using ETFs to hedge while keeping core exposures. Similarly, the ability to transfer risk quickly has been limited, giving ES1 top book liquidity ranks in only the 4th percentile over the last 2 years. So I'm buying right now, and I'm hedging S&P, right? The indexes I'm hedging. And now the hedges are getting expensive. So now that I'm hedging inside the market, my sentiment starts to shift, and I start saying, hey, I'm long equities, but I'm paying all this money for this hedge. I need that shit to print, and I want to buy cheaper. So I want to get cheaper than where we are right now. Getting cheaper, I want cheaper than that. I want my hedges that are now expensive, that are costing me more money, to print. And not only that, you've got funds hedging the market as well. So they've got their diarrhea out there saying crash, 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 crash. And you're soaking it up. Tech positioning remains low, hedged, shorted, and unloved as a result of the rotation. Quote, if there are any upside catalysts in tech, this will turn into a FOMO-led rally back into the sector very quickly, given the factor volatility has started to subside. It is our view that high-quality stocks, listen to this closely, high-quality stocks will outperform low-quality stocks. The resumption of buying behavior will go back into the old boss, quality tech. What's quality tech? TMT, right? We got TMT, we got the Fangman plus T, we got the Mag 7, and all of these have been dispersed over what? 9 months maybe at this point? 8 months coming into 9 months this month. With information technology comprising 32.7% of the S&P 500, its performance remains pivotal. Even with robust breadth, 67% of constituents outperforming the index over the last 30 days. A 98th percentile reading over the last 30 years, the index has been unable to advance meaningfully while tech lags.
LeBlanc is to visit Washington on Friday.
Voice news disconnected.
Hold on here, guys. Yeah, I just got kicked again off this. I just got kicked again off this news. That means we're getting brownouts. We're getting like power disruption. Brief power disruptions going on. the index has been this is the information tech index has been unable to advance meaningfully while tech lags. Under the hood, the lightest SPX sectors have led. So where tech, this is why the indexes continue to be held up. Under the hood, the lightest SPX sectors have led, while the heaviest few sectors have lagged. And this also contributes to the negative sentiment out there, right? You've got light sectors outperforming, while you have the traditional sectors underperforming. And so you've got people out there saying to you, hey, my stock Netflix has gone to the shit house, so the SPX should go down. If my shit's not going up, your shit shouldn't stay stable or go up either. That's not true. We've been through this before too, haven't we? We went through this in the late summer, early fall. Remember, we'd get overrun with commenters because the crypto and TMT were getting hammered. We're like, why is SPY not going down to zero? We're going to crash, bro. You're like, maybe not. I don't think we're going to crash, bro. Watch out for these flows, by the way. It is now 11:53. I have us going up here on these flows, but you want to be very careful and just step off the market briefly, and you can chase this up or down. In fact, beneath the surface, the distribution of constituent returns is increasingly right skewed this year, with the number of single stocks posting outsized gains this year in the year very elevated relative to history. Well, shit, that's contrary to what we're all being told. You're telling me that everything is selling. No, it's just the shitco that you like. No, it's just your tech stock that you like. Maybe it's going sideways. Maybe it's going down. But if you look at the total, stocks are going up. Stonks are going up right now. Maybe not your favorite cool one, but a whole bunch of other ones are holding up the indexes. Yet these moves are occurring in names with smaller index weights, limiting their contribution to headline perform. So when I told you that earlier this week, the market is remaining risk on and spec growth, that's those tickers that we're talking about. If we're so risk off right now, then why the fuck is spec growth risk on? The index cannot meaningfully rally without tech participation. I agree with that. The volatility index is no longer to coach from the sidelines. It is the quarterback, and there's mechanical deleveraging giving elevated levels of volatility. The VIX reached a high of 28.15 yesterday, its highest level since November, with spot inverting meaningfully versus front month futures. The most pronounced backwardation since then, SPX 1 month implied vols also rallied to their highest levels since November. A compression of volatility will create a capacity for vol targeting, risk parity, and CTA strategies to systematically relever and add equity exposure. A moderation in implied correlation would indicate diminishing macro dominance, creating a more constructive backdrop for dispersion and fundamental stock picking. Excuse me. Seasonals have been remarkably in line with historical norms thus far in 26 since 1928. March is typically an up small market until quarter-end pension fund rebalancing before entering April, which is the second best performing month of the year. I want to show you this here. Not that chart, but another one. Going back to 1928, the S&P 500 has posted positive returns 61% of the time with an average gain of roughly 53 BPS. I'm going to show you this chart right now. I want to show you this if I can.
We are talking to Cuba.
Check this chart out right here. And I want to show you this if I can here. So this is March, okay? March seasonality. We come down to buy these lows in February, buy these lows in March. And then we get this huge fucking print here in April, right? Sell down in beginning of April and then buy again for mid-April. And then we try to get this low to take another trip higher into middle July for the summer doldrums. Start exiting. So you're a seller up here. You're a seller up here. And you're a buyer down here. You see that? You're a buyer down here. That's what you are. You're a buyer. You're closing your shorts and getting long. And this is the big one right here. Now, what day is today? Today is March 5th, right? Let me show you this really quick. This is your March performance by day since 1928, indexed to February 28th. I want to show you where we are. This is the 5th.
Shortly expecting comments from ECB's Lagarde. Again, a text will be made available.
This is the 4th. So we're like here. Are you trying to sell here or are you trying to long here? You have Iran hasn't dropped the market. You got some negative, you got a low econ data week. The only down you could look for a low would be what? The fucking close today.
I fired and throttled.
Say that louder. The close today. 9:30 in the morning tomorrow. Well, Cap, it might drop in the morning. Okay, that's fucking fine. So we drop down here tomorrow morning. Oopsie. Drop on Monday. Recheck the lows on Monday. Maybe it's Monday. Tuesday, we sweep the prior Friday lows for all you ICT bros out there. But ultimately, what does it result in? Well, this is the 8th.
15-year fixed rates at 5.43%.
That's the 8th. So I'm looking to fucking buy a fucking dip, aren't I? I'm looking to get fucking long for a payout, aren't I? I want to get fucking paid next week. And then I want to come back again. And I want to buy this fucking thing, don't I? Woo! And that's into OpEx, isn't it? And then I want to get long again here, don't I? For a print into month end, don't I? And then when I come into April 1st for your, oh my God, we got to do the end of tax returns. There's no money to spend in the market. I'm going to get out of the market, right? And I'm going to come into what? I'm going to come into mid-February. Maybe it takes, because you got new month flows for the first week. Start looking to get a fucking dip in the 15th. All taxes are done. People have money, sentiment-wise. So I can get another fucking print into end of April. Makes sense to me. So you get a nice little bump going up in the middle of April. Then we get the sell in May go away, and I get to get long again into the summer highs and the doldrums. Meanwhile, some of you out there, as we know,
aviation disruption says our baseline expectation
will be buying the fuck out of the middle of summer and the summer doldrums, just like this sideways. So while you're all looking at, oh my God, doom, you should be looking at not doom, should you? You're looking to get fucking long here. Long. You're looking to sell here, sell here, sell here. Long here, long here, long here, long here in April. So we're fucking lopsided. while you're hearing all this noise, oh, I'm bared up. This is GS. We're bared up. Why are you saying that, man? Well, retail's getting smart.
Iran aimed 40% of attacks.
We got to
at
tell
Israel
them the
and
risk is not
60%
left.
on US targets, according to FARS.
You know what we got to do is we got to tell these retailers that be fearful and cautious and don't do anything. Don't do anything. And then we'll tell them on that squeeze to be bulled up and get long, baby, because we need them as supply. So despite geopolitical escalation in Iran, accelerating AI disruption headlines, and of course, private credit concerns, which I don't even talk to you about because that's bullshit too, the index remains confined within a narrow corridor. Defensive positioning, thin liquidity, and a concentrated call wall in their SPX 7000, alongside elevated downside hedging, have mechanically constrained movement. This is a technical market. Listen to this closely. This is a technical market into March expiry. That's QuapX. We take off our tactical bearish call and see a scope for a bounce into mid-month. I'll say it louder. A bounce into mid-month. Well, color me shocked. With volatility normalizing, acting as a catalyst. The vol watershed that I posted on yesterday's stream. What happens when fighting stops in Iran? What happens when your news tomorrow is done? We know the economy is good. They're going to rip your fucking faces off is what they're going to do. Meanwhile, you're hedged to the tits. You're looking for crashes. So we take off our tactical bearish call and see scope for a bounce into mid-month. With volatility normalization acting as a catalyst, expect chop into OPEX and greater flexibility thereafter, with April offering a more durable re-risking window. So you're actually looking to get long here. You're looking to get long again. Right around the 18th. Squeeze some balls off up into OPEX. Lay off the market after OPEX. Come back again on the low around the 25th and rip that fucker up into the end of the month for QuapX. You know, SPX goes
NBC
vertical
reports that Iran is ready for a US
on the
ground
last day of the
invasion,
fucking
Foreign
month.
Minister says. To NBC citing Iran's foreign minister saying that Iran
We
is ready
sell
for a
that.
US ground invasion.
And then we come back again for April low in the first week or two of April. April 15th, sentiment shifts. Woo, we got money. We're already fucking long, though. Market goes vertical, everybody gets bulled up, and we're selling into them.
Iran has not asked for
We
a
then come
ceasefire,
back
said
in
the
what?
Foreign Minister.
May. It's May, go away. No, it isn't. It's get long in fucking May. Rip that shit up into June and July. You want to May go away? How about fucking July? How about July go away? We start taking profit in July. We see the slow roll sideways down into September, October. We're sellers there. Our boy Rubner telling you, stop being so fucking bearish. Stop looking for your market crash. 12 p.m. So far, it looks like flows are to the upside, but we got to watch out for the over-the-shoulder boulder thrower down here. Let's make sure they're not going to try to huck this thing back down. We want to see this, if we can, we want to see this target right here. You see this one right here? We want to see that. I want to see that hit right there. 686 and maybe even this 690. Not for right now, but for closer or for tomorrow. I want to see the door open to the upside. We might not get it. We get the 1 in 5 minute trigger right here. We're going to test right now. Do you see this cross above? Do you see this half an hour trigger? See this right here? There's a cross taking place, a bearish cross of the half an hour and hourly trigger. We want to see price go up here and confirm if we're going to roll down into the close or if we're going to squeeze up and over. So pay attention right now at 12 p.m. to this cross that's taking place into the 12:30 and 1 o'clock time period. Watch this close. We should be attracted to this to confirm if we're going to roll down into the close or rip some faces off. Right now, we are going higher. Let's watch this closely. I'd like to take all their fucking stops today, I'll be honest with you guys. I want to squeeze tits off up here. I want to take their stops, and then you can sell this thing down into tomorrow and not give up this bottom that's forming at 680. Just a note on the 15-minute time frame. We are looking for a target, 683.44. You want to be very careful of this right here because what they can do is they can send us down into the close here so these bears can get their print down here. You gotta be really careful of this. Oh, wait a minute. I'm going to show you two paths here. Bulls need to get above like this. See this right here? If they cannot do that, and I want to show you the low, it's right here. Right here. If the bulls cannot squeeze up into this 690, if you see a new low down here, we start selling this, I want you to shift your perspective from 690 to sell into the bell today. We're not there yet, but we want to watch it very closely here. If there's a new low put in, you'll see it right here. If you put this new low in right here, we're going to sell this together into the bell. But we're not there yet. Not quite yet. This is still valid over here, this upside move. So Scott Rubner saying you should be looking higher here and trying to buy a low. I think I posted this. I'm gonna post something for you guys real quick. See if I can post the actual. Hey, well, give me 1 second here. Hang tight here, guys. I got something for you. I'm going to email this to you, okay?
Trump supports the Kurds launching an offensive into Iran, saying, I think it's a wonderful if they do that. This is a phone interview. So again, Trump supporting Kurds launching an offensive into Iran, saying, I think it's wonderful if they want to do that. And Trump also said, we are going to have a role in choosing Iran's next leader, much like Venezuela.
Just make this bigger for you so you can see it. No, we still haven't hit the fucking low down here. Still haven't slapped trend. 678.26 was never hit. They still haven't gotten 676.26. So we still haven't hit this. Still haven't hit this one right here to go up. We're just kind of floating around right now. We're just like scraping the bottom right now for upside. Not bearish here at all.
So in this interview, Trump said that it's very early in the process of picking a new leader, but Khomeini's son is unlikely. And Israel's UN envoy says we need to continue to dismantle Iran's capabilities before diplomacy.
Hang tight here, guys. Let me turn this up for you here. I was talking, you're hearing me say I'm not bared up, I'm bullish here. We're just scraping this buy line here. They're trying to get underneath it right now. There's like a buy line here. You can't see it on this chart, but there's like there's an uptrend like right here. Major uptrend right here. I thought we could hit it down here, but we didn't. If we can get down here and hit it, I want to take a long. I still haven't taken a long yet, so still waiting right now. This long right here.
So in this interview, Trump on oil and the Iran war says gasoline prices have not risen much at this point.
Currently, I'm looking for 678.24 if we can get it. If I can get that right there. This one right here.
Trump says the Strait of Hormuz will be kept open.
I just needed to tag that. This is where the buy flows are, right there currently. Or that's where we think that they are. Yeah, it's you can see it over here, right there. You can see that right there. Still haven't hit it down here. Just dragging. Fake breakout over here.
Trump says the Iran operation
And that's
is
a lower
moving
high right
along
here too. You
ahead
see
of
that? There's the
schedule. I
high.
won't
There's the
give a
lower
timeline,
high.
though.
Still haven't been able to catch that dip. It's actually right here. So don't do anything right now. This is all still the same move. This is actually right here. Same fucking move. It hasn't done anything. So see this move right here? This is actually all the same thing right here.
Trump says the US has tremendous amounts of ammunition and the defense industry is ramping up production. Trump says do not need to invoke the Defense Production Act.
I was just trying to clean this up by a tick. We're either gonna. There's only two options here. We're either gonna hit this fucking thing eventually and rip, or we're gonna come underneath it and start selling down into the close. And I'm either, let me explain this better to you guys out there. You're looking for watch this price action. If we can get this, see this right here, be like this. You catch the bounce, right, and then we're up and out of here. You're taking the long right here. Or we're slicing through this, and then we're going to make the failure here, and then we'll get short right here or buy puts into the bell. There's no trade here right now. We'll see what we can get here. My bias is up, though, not down. Only because we haven't hit this number yet. There's like kind of putting around right now. It'll make more sense in a few minutes, hopefully. Look at the Bears haven't gotten shit. Nothing. Come on down. Come on down there. Come on down there. Okay, keep on coming. Come on down a little bit more. Come on down. There's like a shark right here. I think that, we're assuming that there's a shark right here ready to buy this. I don't know. That's not really a shark, is it? It's kind of like a goldfish, maybe, like the ones you would eat as a child, kids like. But he's got teeth, or we don't know if he's got teeth. He might have no teeth. He got a cool out. He's got a little fin over here. He's got a big ass fin down here. It's kind of like that. Kind of weird. He's got small fin. That's kind of a, what is that? That's not good enough either. That's not good enough. We need to be down here. It's even lower. It's like right here. A little bit lower.
S&P 500 now extending losses down 0.93%.
I gotta log into my account. Let's go. Why can't I log in here? Why am I not getting a code to my account? What the fuck is going on here? Just a little bit more. Hit this thing right here. Like, pop right down into it. Oh, it's the zero date mafia. There we go, right in there. Right there in that orange bar. Little bit more, little bit more, little bit more. Nope, a little bit down, down a little bit more. Don't turn up. Don't do it. A little bit more. Can I get just a little tiny bit more? Oh my god, they want to drag this fucker out some more. Oh Christ, I gotta wait. Oh. Still no trade.
US drafts a rule requiring licenses for AI chip exports worldwide. So, again, Trump's new tariffs are facing illegal challenges as well by a group of states, and the US is drafting a rule requiring licenses for AI chip exports worldwide. NVIDIA and AMD shipments to all countries would need US approval in this scenario. The US review process would depend on the size of the AI chips order. So again, the US eyes chip reviews to set conditions, not to function as a ban. Again, alongside that, we saw a headline come through that Trump's new tariffs are facing a legal challenge by a group of states. US stocks extending forward, with the S&P now down 1.02%. So 12 US states are expected to sue to stop Trump's latest worldwide tariffs. This is according to Oregon's Attorney General. TSMC falls 2.7% to a session low, AMD falling 1.9%. Micron Technology shares falling to a session low as well, down 3.2%. Again, semiconductors being hit here as the US drafts a rule requiring licenses for AI chip exports worldwide.
See that on your screen? Yeah.
Nasdaq 100 extends decline to a session low, down more than 1%. The Dow Jones extending decline to 2%. To another source saying the same thing here, AFP now, saying Iran, saying that they currently have no intention to close the Hormuz Strait. So WTI is seeing some weakness off the back of this particular report on this same issue. Again, Iran saying that there's currently no intention to close the Hormuz Strait, according to AFP. So, in an interview, Trump says, I'm not looking to tap into the strategic petroleum reserve. So this is in that same phone interview that we got some snippets of earlier from Trump. Nvidia shares extending drop as much as 2.1%. So in this phone interview, again, just continuing, Trump asked about offer of help from Ukraine Zelensky to defend against Iran's drones, says, I'll take any assistance from any country. So that follows from a statement from Ukraine's President Zelensky, who said that the US requested support protecting against Iranian drones. So Trump doesn't have any concern of rising gas prices. Again, that was just a repeat from the phone interview with Trump. Again, just seeing snippets of it kind of coming through on the wires here. ECB's President Lagarde says we will decide our monetary policy meeting by meeting based on data. We have no preset stance. Oracle
I gotta go to the
plans
bathroom really
thousands of
bad.
job cuts
I
as
gotta wait
data
here.
center costs rise. So Oracle is said to plan reductions across the company as data center costs rise. Oracle's cloud unit has also paused job hirings. ECB's President Lagarde says we will monitor global developments very carefully and assess the impact of current shocks for the future. Kuwait cuts oil processing at its refineries as the Strait of Hormuz is blocked. So Polish oil and gas company Orlen gets a force majeure note from Qatar Energy on 2 LNG cargoes for April and early May, saying they could be cancelled or delayed, according to sources.
I'm still losing power. I'm still losing power right now.
So 6 sources are saying that Indian refineries are buying millions of barrels of prompt Russian crude oil cargoes. So the Pentagon says Anthropic has no immediate comments on the Pentagon. And the Pentagon notification to Anthropic is confirmed by US email.
Give me 2 minutes here. I'm going to be right back with you. I got to go potty really quick.
ECB's President Lagarde says my term will expire in October of next year. So keep in mind, in 10 minutes time now at 1:15 p.m. Eastern Time, Fed's Bowman, that's the Vice Chair for Supervision, speaks at the New York Bankers Association event on banking supervision and the economy. There's no text expected from Bowman, but there will be a Q&A. Israel put out a notice saying to avoid transit flights through the UAE until further notice. OpenAI are introducing GPT 5.4. So they're releasing GPT 5.4 Pro in ChatGPT and then the API. So in 5 minutes' time now at 1:15 p.m. Eastern Time, we are expecting comments from Fed Vice Chair for Supervision Bowman, who speaks at the New York Bankers Association event on banking supervision and the economy. No text is expected, but there will be a Q&A from Bowman in just under 5 minutes' time now. So we're shortly expecting comments from Fed's Bowman. Again, no text is expected, just a Q&A. Does appear that there's no live video for this. It appears to just be an in-person event. So we are shortly expecting the results of the Fed reverse repo facility. OpenAI say that they are currently experiencing issues with ChatGPT. Five counterparties take $2.793 billion of the Fed reverse repo operation. NATO allied command operations say that NATO has increased alliance-wide ballistic missile defense posture. This followed an intercept of a missile from Iran that targeted Turkey. Leg down on the S&P 500, but down 1.3% now. Fed's Bowman says I see more signs of a stabilizing labor market. US oil topping $80 a barrel for the first time since January of last year. Fed's Bowman says I am hoping to see more hiring and growth this year. Bowman says it's too early to tell the impacts from the war on the US economy. The MSC say that they will apply a fuel surcharge to all cargo from Northern Europe, including the UK and the Scam Baltic, to the Red Sea and East Africa. Trump leaning towards removing Noem as Homeland Security Chief. The traders are selling Russian Urals at a premium of $4 to $5 a barrel to Brent for India delivery, up from steep discounts prior to the Iran conflict, according to sources. Keep in mind, U.S. Interior Secretary Burgum is currently speaking on Fox Business, just saying that Baker Hughes and Halliburton are in Venezuela today. US Interior Secretary Burgum says it's very easy for Chevron to increase production by 50%. So Trump's saying that Mullen is to be the Homeland Security Chief, so Mullen will be the DHS Secretary. So Noam will be moving to a special envoy. Bowman says, I'm looking at Basel as part of the broader capital framework.
right, here I go. I'm coming back on here, guys. Sorry to make a couple phone calls here. All right, let's take a look at an end of day. This is trading just like the sell into the event and then sell the news on the event. Let's take a look back here in this week here. Oh, hold on here. Let me get my stuff off here. Hang tight 1 second here, guys. Right. It's like I was in the Discord a few minutes ago, and it was painful to watch. I'm like, this is painful. Hang tight 1 second here.
The IDF have disabled some 60% of ballistic missile launches.
We have a new 4-hour candle that's forming right now. Let's take a look at
Chief
this.
of Staff Zamir.
Am I beeping right now? Did I just get a message? Wait. Hold on a second here. I can't answer this. Hold on 1 second here, guys. So we're doing the same thing. So I'm getting long in here, by the way. Let me just show you this really quick. There's a nice inverse. There's a nice inverse head and shoulders, or not head and shoulders, but an inverse cup and handle in here. Just put this down here. Tight. You know, for however doomish this looks to you, it's not at all. Same nonsense, just sitting up here, just like parked. You can see where all this demand is right here. We're not sweep. I don't think we're sweeping that. Hold on here. Back to this day. There is a nice. There is. You know, the fucked up thing is there's sellers on VIX above. There is a nice cup and handle right here. You can see it on the daily. But this isn't like follow through to the downside, like something like this and then down and then we're out of here. That up there. We didn't hit the 690. Failed to do that. Don't care about that. Get rid of that. Can't get follow through on selling. That right there. It's the same fucking nonsense bullshit. Up, down, up, down. Hold on 1 second here. Can't get follow through on sellers. Can't get out from this data tomorrow. 1 quick second here. This is all like squeeze central right here. See this? This is a 4-hour right now.
According to IDF Chief of Staff Zamir, the IDF are moving to the next phase in the campaign against Iran.
You know, like we're looking to squeeze here, right here, right? Like squeeze up here, and then maybe that's the cup and handle right there. Maybe at best, if not this. And I'll be honest with you, they close up shorts up here, and then it's squeeze city. Let's check this real quick. Back to the 4-hour. There's the equal legs. So you can see this. Sorry, you guys can't see this. This is nice for more down, but I don't think it turns into like, you know, down here and then down there. And we're losing time on the day too. It's now already 2 p.m. So maybe we can like try to sell this, I guess. Maybe try to sell that. But I think this trade is done. And I don't think it's going to carry into tomorrow. Let me just check the 30-minute really quick. It's painful to watch because there's no real money selling. I was looking at volume too. This is a low volume down move, so this is a fake down move. In prior down days, there's been higher volume, so this is all fake bullshit right here. Let me just check something real quick here. I'll delete that pane right there. I don't know why it's hidden. Let's check velocity here really quick. Just want to check and see. That's not bullish. Check daily. Daily is not bullish, but weekly is.
US oil extends gains to reach highest since July 2024.
Yeah, but we're not at 82 or 87 yet. 86 on oil. It's like 82.40 and then 87. Let me just look over here. So I can get ready for tomorrow in the morning. I think this is sell the unrealized volatility in here. I don't think there's continuation into tomorrow's open. Maybe we get a back test tomorrow. Hold on here. This is 9 a.m., 10 a.m. Nine a.m. Let's go to a half hour. Right there, 8:30. Let's do that one right there. Go to another half. 15:30. We can go down here into the close, but this is the close right here. 16. Where's 50? Where's 1600? Grind down, grind down. Even if you squeeze up here, let me just look at this really quick. 30-minute. So this is the problem too. You see this right here? This is a 30-minute right here. Do you see the squeeze here? Like that fucker could squeeze all the way up there and then down here. I've got this marked off for 350 to try to bury it. It's something like this, right? Squeeze it up, and then maybe you can bury it in here. Maybe. And this is all fake futures in here, so this doesn't mean shit. Um,
According to Iranian state TV, air attack kills 17 in travelers' accommodation on the road northwest of the capital Tehran.
seven, eight. There's 8:30. So this is after hours, so we don't know what's going to happen with that. But 1600, 6 a.m. None of this matters to cash market, so it doesn't even matter if we go down there. You can see the first leg right here. There's one, there's two, there's three. But you're not even in this unclench is going to be fucking huge. This is Friday close.
The Department of State said they have announced the suspension of operations at the US Embassy in Kuwait City.
So we thought we were going for Monday, Tuesday. Right there. Same trade, nothing really changed here. This is, you'll be selling this Monday high or Tuesday high up here. That's about where it is right there. Maybe slightly lower. 93, and we don't know what that's going to be. The problem here too is this, like there's this is 1600 right here. So like the move is higher. Illiquid market down here, but then like 8:30 it should start cranking up here. So like you come into like 9 a.m.
According to sources, the Pentagon needs an additional $12 billion through 2031 to boost declining readiness rates of the F-35 fighter.
Even if you get that in here for the overnight, by 9:30 it's
Senator
green
Bur-
again.
Secretary Burgum, when asked on buying oil futures, says everything's being
There's
considered.
9:30. There's 10. Same buying group from right here. This is cash market here at today, and then you get the cash market at 10 a.m. It's like buy. I bought this. If you don't know, I bought this. I bought it once to get out, but bought it again right here
Secretary
for this
Burgum
close.
says the issue in the Strait
And
of Hormuz
tomorrow
is a
at 10
short-term
a.m. it'll be the
aberration.
same buyers. So I'll probably have to roll this, close this, and then roll it again to calls for tomorrow for Friday. It's the same group. They're buying right here. We're buying right here, and even if we get down here, they're going to be in here. They're going to be in here to swoop this up. I think this is the expectation into tomorrow. If you want to snip this, but I don't even know if we're going to get this down. I don't think in cash market you can monetize this. I think in futures you can. Before they report at 8:30, if you're Asia, or I would sell this. If you're Asia in London, I would sell it, but I would come back in London at 4 in the morning, 6 a.m., 8 a.m. trying to get long in here, or even if there's a bloodbath. I don't think you're gonna get that bloodbath. I think it's just gonna be. I don't even know you get this. I don't even think. That's why it's dotted here. They're definitely buying this right now.
Secretary Burgum says Venezuela told mining companies they'll be safe there.
There's one more thing I want to show you here too, which is the VIX, VIX 9-day. This is VIX 9-day right here. And I'm shocked that the price isn't down lower for where we are in the VIX. See how high this is? This VIX right now is trading 26, extremely high. It shouldn't be this high. So it's a scam. It's scam volatility.
Secretary Burgum further says
But
that
these are
Venezuela
sellers
opening
here,
the doors
and these
for
are
mining
sellers
due
right here.
diligence.
So these guys are sellers, at least like somewhere in there. There's another seller. This is all volatility right here, right where we are. It's like these are sellers like right in here. Sellers of vol. Vol for sale. So even if you get some volatility after the bell, they're going to be in here trying to sell this down in the overnight. You'll have a vol collapse here. SPX volatility says the same thing, that there should be a vol implosion or watershed starting tomorrow. Let me just show it to you. Like you see, let me show you this right here. Oh, you can't see this here. Hold on. This is SPX at the money volatility. This is 0 right here. This is 1 right here. So volatility explodes into tomorrow, but then it just starts collapsing thereafter. You can see volatility just starts collapsing. We get constructive as of tomorrow. So I don't even know if you can see. I don't even know if you're going to realize this volatility in cash market is my point. Get rid of this. Put this back down here. Maybe in here into the bell we can get a little bit of like like 330 or something, a little bit of shanking down here. But I don't think so. Let's go to 1 minute really quick and look at this. So this is the 1 minute right here. Yeah, like, let me put the thing back up here. It's 230 right here. There's VIX fuckery in here too. Between 130 and 230, some VIX fuckery going on. You reset the VIX. This is 3 p.m. So I think we can go down some more into the close. I just don't know if we can get it in cash market. Maybe. This opens the door to big time lows. I don't think we can get that. There's no selling along. Like, the dealers aren't going to help you here. They're not going to help you. So if that's the case, show the pivots really quick. This is S2 right here. This is S3. Maybe. This is the 3 p.m. power sour hour. Maybe. On sour hour, we can get, is it this one right here? Maybe we can get down here into the close. Right here. I gotta change his cursor. His cursor is not accurate.
According to Bloor, Musk XAI fails to block California
And what's
AI
crazy is,
transparency
you
law.
see this right here? There's a huge squeeze chance in here to the close. Let me show you this in an hour. Is it on the hour? It's either on the hour or the half. It's on the half. See it right here? See this one right here? And on the half an hour, it's big. It's right up here. And it's right up here. 680. And then a bigger one up there. Watch out for a squeeze into the close today. I don't know if we'll get it, but just note that there is squeeze potential in here into the close. Maybe we can get dealers to sell this down into the bell here. No squeezing. They just kind of mute price. Just like selling strength, selling strength, selling strength, and then maybe at the end of the day they can dump a fuck ton of equities here to try to pin this down. But there's a ton of squeeze risk in here without real selling. It would have to be dealers that would do it, but I don't think dealers are willing to go lower than right here. Even in the overnight, I don't think they're willing to go any lower than right here. So
the US and Mexico launch
let's look at
review
that again.
process of the US
Like
MCA.
this big thing, this big move down here. Maybe in the overnight you can do this. They can get down here maybe into the close. Maybe back up here after the bell and down here. You haven't done locked in cash market, new lows. We go into fake futures, hit it there maybe. Maybe. I'm trying to be generous here, I think. Get rid of this pivots again. Pivots are showing that down move too, but not in cash market. See this here? You can see it right here.
Secretary Burgum says hedge fund leaders were also part of the Venezuela trip.
Maybe this helps with visualizing it. can see the half-hour triggers coming down here to sell. We'll look for this half-hour. I'll say this to you: if you're looking to sell again, sell off the half-an-hour trigger. You want to see this come down. Let's see this half-hour trigger coming down right here. So there's like potential to squeeze up here and then sell into the close. If you want to be like inputs right now for like a failure early, I can't say that's going to happen. Maybe that 5-minute trigger will be the catalyst, but I would say the only way you can take this trade down is on a like down earlier would be on a failure up here and then a new low, and then we can take it down. We'll mark this one out here. Mark this one out for a new low, but you can see the high, you can see the low, the lower low, but then the higher low right here. So you do need to get down here for a new low. I got the wrong target here.
In a statement, ministers expect negotiators to hold first meeting week of March 16th and meet regularly thereafter as part of the joint
If we're going to
review.
bury this into the bell, we need to like get down here and then start selling. Otherwise, there's big squeeze risk into that half-hour trigger, and this squeeze risk into this half-hour trigger is even higher. It's up here and it's up here too. Yeah, it's right in that same place. It's right there. I don't need that.
According to a spokesperson, Shell say they've signed several technical and commercial agreements with Venezuela's engineering company Vepica, as well as with KBR and Baker Hughes. Furthermore, from Shell, the deal includes offshore gas developments, onshore oil gas opportunities, exploration and local content,
There's
and
your
workforce
there's your
development
half-hour
initiatives.
trigger. There's potential for this to go down up here, but like this is all overnight. This is not daytime. So if you just a heads up to you if you're trading cash market. This tomorrow would look like this. You wouldn't even see any of this. And come down, blast underneath, come back up for 9 a.m. Tired here. Oof. Let's watch this and see what the reaction is. If you want to chase the hole down here, don't chase that hole unless we get a new low. It's that simple. You can't chase this down right now, in my view. You can chase this down if you get a new low. You can start chasing this into the close, like right here. The other thing, though, is that see this cross right here? This is a bull plane. It's already forming, but you can see it right there. Otherwise, what you have to do is you have to look for either these guys to sell right here. Something like that would be better. Or it rips faces off into the close. We could draw it like that. Oh, hold on here. We'll draw it in like this. There's your halfback trade right there. And maybe down there. Maybe. I don't put a lot of faith in that, though. I need to see the reverse. I would need to, so just like this one right here. I would need to see this one right here to take that trade into the bell somewhere in here. Or you would need to see this auto reject. Like abjectly auto reject right here. Underneath, and then we could take it. And there's real danger of going vertical here. Can see, oh, you guys can't see this shit. Sorry about that. I'm still getting used to this office. But you can see the buyers right here, buyers right here, buyers right here, and they're buy it all back. These same buyers will be here in the morning, in my view, in U.S. cash market by 9:30, 10 p.m. or 10 a.m. So watch this closely into the bell here. Give me 1 second here. I gotta take a phone call here in just a second. Watch out for the squeeze. I mean, look at this is 12:30. It's now it's been 2 hours just parked here. Let's see if people come back from lunch and see if they can move the needle down. And I like the idea of that SPX at the money vol helping the downside move here, but let's watch this closely here and see if we can catch some downside action here.
Baker Hughes shares forward volume spike, last down 1.1%.
See that? Parked on S2. This is S3 down here. Who is that light over there? You guys see that? It looks better on my screen. We need to see this new low over here. Oh, Sorry about that. Give me one more second. I got to make one quick phone call here.
NYMEX WTI crude April futures settle $81.01 a barrel, up $6.35 or 8.51%. NYMEX diesel April futures settle at around $3.61. NYMEX gasoline April futures settle at around $2.67. And NYMEX natural gas April futures settle at around $3.30. Excuse me, settles around $3.
Still no low. Still no low here. Missing it by a penny. Need one more push down to start selling down here. Watch this closely right now. Oh, there it is. Okay, you're gonna see bulls here begin to lose the market. You're gonna see a green candle and then a failure, and we're gonna start going down.
According According to sources, Trump is not looking to tap the Strategic Petroleum Reserve.
I gotta get some puts. We've got Amazon down right now. Holy shit, this is like watching paint dry. Come on. I'm up here so I can fucking click buy, like right here. I got the mic on. Hold on, I'll mute it. Hey, okay. Are you kidding me? Well, no, you don't have to show me. I'll look it up right now. I'm trying to put a trade on. I got the text message. I thought it was just now. I didn't know it was at 4 a.m. If any of you guys know Chimayo in Park City caught fire or something, had a fire. Is that what they say, Chimayo? Yeah, they got a vacation now. Do you think Bill did it? Maybe. First thing I thought too. Shouldn't say that. I'm on stream right now. I think. Yeah. Still no puts. I got the button on the ready though. $243. Watching paint dry right now.
Brent crude futures settle at $85.41 a barrel at $4.01 or 4.93%.
No trade still. I got it set up. I was thinking about doing it just now, but I'm not going to take it. I'm not getting trapped inside of this bullshit. power sour hour coming up in the next few minutes, next 13 minutes. VIX rising right now. Ba-ba-da-da-ba. I have 78 calls on. They're actually holding up kind of nice. Decently so. I was going to put some puts on. I had them set up. I just rolled over to check my calls. This hour is still valid right here. Sellers above at 678.65. Half hour trigger still coming down above here, making its way lower. I was looking for a failure in here to get puts, but there was no failure. We popped. So they're going to take out this high right here. Oh, that's a nice little. Okay, hold on here. We can probably try to maybe get. Can we get this now? All right, fuck it. I'm just not gonna do nothing here. I ain't getting trapped in this shit. I was gonna get some puts just now again, but I'm not gonna do this. Hey, what's up, kitty?
According to a document seen by sources, Saudi Arabia set April Arab light crude oil OSP to Northwest Europe at plus $2.85 a barrel to ICE Brent settlement. Furthermore, Saudi Arabia set April Arab light crude oil OSP to Asia at plus $2.50 a barrel versus Oman and Dubai average pricing, according to a document.
Oh my god, it's like watching fucking paint bleed down here, or dry. My eyes are bleeding watching this. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm like sitting here. I've been sitting here watching this since 12:30. this is painful because you know that you can already see what this is, right? Where they bring us down here, murder the chain. Maybe we get a sweep lower into the close. Maybe. But the idea here is that we're going up, so it's just a matter of either buying tomorrow's open or buying this close if we get deep enough for tomorrow calls, that kind of stuff. So we got to sit here. I'm not going to sit here and watch this for the next fucking 15 minutes. Like my eyes are literally bleeding. Just don't do anything right now. Don't get too crazy in here. If we have the new low down here, that's good to see for the trade lower. I don't want to buy puts in here. I wanted to a couple times, but I'm unwilling to sit here and get ground to dust if we go down there or get squeezed up here. I'd rather be a seller. At this point, I'd rather be a seller up here where this half-hour trigger is up here. Even if I am a seller, I would like to have seen the squeeze up here. That way we could sell this down into the bell. But unless we're up here or we really start moving down below, no touchy. And I've got calls on right now into the close here today. And I'll have to roll or buy calls on the open tomorrow too, one way or the other. I don't want to stare at this anymore. I've been staring at this since 12:50 or 12:30, somewhere in here. I've been sitting here watching this. I think I bought it in here, somewhere in here. So it's been a few hours. And my eyes are fucking bleeding here. And we all know it's going up, so. I'll be right back. I'll be back here for like 3:30, 3:45. I gotta go potty again.
According to sources, oil field operated by US firm hit in drone attack in Iraq, Kurdistan. According to security sources, 2 drone attacks target Iranian opposition camp in Iraqi Kurdistan, causing a fire. Seeing a little bit of movement to the downside in WTI crude. Saudi Arabia sets April Arab light crude oil OSP to United States at plus $4.60 a barrel versus ASCI. That's according to Aramco. According to a senior White House official, the Treasury expected to announce measures as soon as Thursday to combat rising energy prices that include using oil futures markets. Seeing a little bit downside movement in WTI crude oil off the back of that headline.
Oh yeah, keep on going. Don't stop there, baby. Keep on going. Keep on going. Go all the way up here. Keep on keeping on.
Seeing some downside movement in the Dixie. This is off the back of the headline that the Treasury is expected to announce measures as soon as Thursday to combat rising energy prices that include using oil future market.
So also did see the initial move at around 5:04 Eastern Time. We have the headline that 2 drone attacks target Iranian opposition camp in Iraqi Kurdistan, causing a fire, according to security sources. At around that same time, on the Dixie, did see a little bit of movement towards the downside, and also on WTI, did see movement out towards the downside as well, off the back of the headlines too. Saudis lift flagship oil price to Asia by the most since August 2022.
What's that?
The Wall Street Journal says the US has a big ask for China and buys less oil from Russia and more from America. And Best sent Moore's asking China to reduce oil purchases from the US adversaries.
You got cats and dogs all over me here. Supply right where we
Second
are.
for the Wall Street Journal, the US Treasury Secretary Bessent is considering raising energy issue with his counterpart ahead of President Trump's meeting with Chinese leader Xi.
$1.34. Need one more push up here.
We have posted the article from the Wall Street Journal on the feed for those interested.
Keep pushing, pushing. This trade could go all the way up to 258.94. Or not. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong chart here. Go up to 681.52. Yeah, right here. 681.52. This actually could go higher. It could go right about here. Right about there. Keep on pushing right up here. Right up here. There's another target rate. We are 679.65. Here.
According to the Wall Street Journal, the US is to seek more Chinese purchases of soybeans and Boeing jets.
SPOO's trading 679.12, coming into 681.52. Ooh. Dude, just pop that fucking thing. Oh, dude, that shit just came back down. It was $1.78 a minute ago. Now it's $1.55. I need to push up here. I need one more squeeze up here. There might be a flush in here. Keep on going, keep on going, keep on going. Target above 681.17. I've got 681.41 as well up here. Still along those calls from earlier this afternoon. Come on, baby. Just a wee bit more.
Seeing further downward movement on the dollar again post the headline that senior White House officials said Treasury is expected to announce measure as
We're
soon
close.
as Thursday to combat rising energy prices. That includes using oil futures market.
Come on. Just give it one more fucking green bar. Just like one fucking more green fucking bar. Just smack that fucking thing. Watch out up here if you're long calls. If you've been long calls all day long from down here. 678C's trading 249, 251 right now. You want to get out as we come up into this half-hour trigger? I'm not getting fucking pennies on this shit. Oh, I'm losing value right now. I'm out of here. Fuck right off with that shit. No, dude. I sat here all day long, chopsticks, and these fucking things. I sat in here, I've been sitting in these fucking things since right here. Right about here. I got in, so ready for this? This is bullshit. I'm kind of pissy about this. I took calls right here. I took calls right here. I got stopped out. I went back in again either here or right here. Got ground. Finally started going up. I made 50 cents. 53 cents, I think. That was it though for sitting here all fucking day. That's, it didn't fucking pay shit. And now I have to roll into tomorrow. I have to roll or for tomorrow, I don't want to buy calls yet. I think I don't want to buy any until the open tomorrow, unless we can bloodbath. If we can bloodbath this close, if we can bloodbath the close, I don't think we're gonna, but if we can, let's see if we can get shanked down here maybe. I'll put some calls on for the bell, but I'm not willing to sit. I'm pretty frustrated. When we were coming down here, so we were coming down here. When we were coming down, I think it was like right here. I was trying to catch some calls here, and we just kept fading. So I'm like, all right, fuck it. And then I'm like, yeah, fuck it. We'll just get down there. Or yeah, I was like somewhere in here. I'm like, I want to get some calls if we can turn up. We didn't turn up to take the calls, so I'm like, all right, I'll wait. And I'm sitting down here watching this go down. And then we're grinding all day long. I'm just like, yeah. So I don't think I'm gonna place another trade here. I think I'm just gonna wait until tomorrow in the morning. I kind of want to buy calls right now, but
clarify how banks should treat tokenized securities
for tomorrow. But I would rather see a flush in here or wait for the open tomorrow.
FDIC comments on capital treatment of tokenized securities.
And I'm also now thinking about next week. So I need to put on a trade. I don't want to fuck with the theta, so I might have to do it a bull
capital treatment
call spread or something for next week for like Monday or Tuesday.
Technology neutral and method of transaction should not affect.
I mean, calls aren't cheap right now either. The calls are expensive. Puts are paying pretty decently, but and calls are not paying and they're expensive. I kind of want to get fucking calls now for tomorrow. Whatever. Let me just look for tomorrow really quick.
U.S. Interior Secretary Burgum says, "I'm sure Venezuela will exceed oil production goals."
I made enough to buy 688s. That's still too high. I don't think we can hit. Maybe we can hit 90 by close tomorrow, but that would still put these at maybe 50 cents tomorrow. So these are priced to perfection right now. I'd need to see. I would need to see a downstroke in here into this bell. And I'm not going to look up bull call spreads here. Maybe I can get some volatility into tomorrow morning. Maybe they can pin it down into like 9:30 and then jump on them there. This fucking, if we get any vol to that downside tomorrow, we're going to get, well, I would assume by 10 a.m., we're going to fucking rip faces off into the bell tomorrow. So no moves for me. I'm done. I think I'm done for the day. I was pretty upset that I sat here for the whole fucking day. And I knew that, kind of knew this might happen. Like sell down into the close and then sell the news into the bell. I think that's bottom. I think this is the bottom. I don't think you're going to see that low again. Maybe in the after hours, or not after hours, but in the morning. You may see it in futures, but I don't know if you'll see it in cash market tomorrow. Not this low right here. I was looking for this low to sweep lower, and there's no will to do this. There's not enough selling. Dealers aren't going to want to do this to pay it, and they don't need to. They can bring it right back down here. They can bring this right back down here and just fuck around. You can tell that if this is bottom tomorrow, that would be bottom too, in my view. So maybe we can catch this in pre-market 9:30, but they could ramp this fucker at 8:30 and come right back by cash open here and just leave your ass behind. It's a better trade for futures. It's not ideal for cash market here, but if we can get a flush in here today, we can get a flush in the overnight. It holds till 9-10 in the morning. I'll jump back in again, but this is the shit of nightmare fuel getting caught in this. This fucking pissed me off. I was pretty angry. I'm sitting here right now and I'm like, I'm going to be fucking bled out all day long. Calls held value in here, but, like I didn't get bled out, but sitting here all day long, fuck that noise. Fuck that noise. Like I hate waiting all day long for a trade. Oh, I see a rip to 690 tomorrow. 690. They didn't hit 690 today. They kind of like trapped them in today. You can see it right in here. We did get the 685, but no 690. 688 on Wednesday was the high. I would have liked to have seen this move up, hit the 690 and then come down. So now without that happening, I'm looking for a straight shot to 690 for tomorrow. So this is after hour. This is not real. This is fake. This is all like or after hours pre-markets and futures. So don't think about this right here. We think about this right here. Think about this trade right here. Okay. Forget this. If I was doing ES, it would look. I would do this with ES, but with SPOOs. We're likely going to crank up here and hit that 690 tomorrow. Maybe we can get a quick knee jerk down. Maybe catch that at 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning. But this shit is done. There's no will here to sell this stuff. There's no fucking news. There's like, dude, we're going to get a vol watershed here tomorrow, like 9:30 in the morning, vol watershed. Vol starts ramping to the downside. Market starts melting up. So, and there's no, like, I can't see any bearishness here. I see volatility, but I don't see fucking real money selling at all. I don't see crash. I don't see any of that shit. That's the bottom. I'll just tell you right now. This is the fucking bottom right here. That's the bottom. Maybe a back test, but that's the bottom. For now it is, at least. And remember that, I want you to remember this right here. So you're trying to catch bottoms here. I want to show you one last thing again here if I can. And there's something else here I didn't show you. I should read this to you too. I meant to read this to you earlier today. Jedi Marcus posted this, or no, someone else posted this, but we posted it already prior to them posting it in the Discord. Investors should remain risk-on posture in this environment. Real simple and easy. While everyone else is bearish, GS is bearish, Pravorsky's bearish, Rubner, JPM, me, long. Get fucking long. Find your bottom. There's one more over here. Let's look at this one real quick here. This is March performance to date. This is the date. These aren't trading days, sessions. These are the actual days of the month. And just look right here. Today is this is the 5th. Maybe we get one more low tomorrow, and you're looking for this big fucking huge ripper up here. So you're looking to get long either today into this close, tomorrow's open, and you probably want a call spread if they're going to pull the bullshit over the weekend where they don't pay you. So maybe you get a full print on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then we go and back and sell this shit back down to the 13th, 12th, 13th or something. And we'll get back to being a buyer again mid-month. I wouldn't trust this like 9th through 15th. I would suspect that it's in and around here, but not exactly this. So we'll look to close, sell the fucking news, get back long again. And there's something else here too, which is this is VIX expiration. And this is the actual OPEX. So they ramp it up before we get there, come back down, back into OPEX again. So we'll try to jump back on this trade again. If you're not already long here, any pullbacks that you see, if we sweep an equal low down here, like equal legs down here at any point, you can get in there and get that, jump on it. Because we're going to start ramping. We're going to start fucking ramping here at some point today, tomorrow. And start ramping to the upside. This kind of bullshit in here. This fucking thing pissed me off, guys. I got to tell you, like, oh, I hate waiting all day long. This makes me infuriated. And I almost bought fucking puts down here. I set up puts. I set up 100 pack of puts to sell this or this, and I couldn't get the signal to put them on. I'm like, I got these calls are gonna fucking die. Can I get some puts to maybe break even down here? And no puts. That's when I was like, I'm going back to take another break. I'm not going to watch this. If I had to watch this kind of nonsense into the close, I didn't want to witness it. So it's good. We're up here. I want you to. This is the expectation for tomorrow. If you want to see it again, want to see it on a 1 hour basis. Hold on here. I'll spread this out so you can see it. This is the expectation into tomorrow. And so you can see it right here. Maybe one more down. This is overnight, though. So for cash market traders, this ain't going to matter. And then up, trade the 690, trade 696 into next week. That chart that I showed you in here, it is, you look to take that profit between the 8th and the 9th. And the 8th and the 9th next week is where? The 8th and today's the 5th, so we got 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th. That's Tuesday close. So if you're going to get long for Tuesday, Wednesday close, you kind of need to do it either right here or you need to be picking it up in the AM tomorrow, 9:30, 10 a.m. to take this trade into Tuesday. Just be ready for this, okay? And remember that dotted lines are not things that you want to be selling. Right now we're in accumulation, so you've got a solid line here, right? You've got a dotted line down here, so you've got a buy opportunity here, a buy opportunity here, and a buy opportunity here. If I had this dotted, this dotted right here, you'd be a seller. That'd be a straight line seller. So just know that this is your first buy, this is your second buy, and this is your third buy into Tuesday. Maybe put on some Tuesday or Wednesday call spreads. Target price 696-ish, 694. rein in your bet. Make sure it's like 690, 692, 694, something like that. And then we'll get sucked back down into this bullshit over here. We'll get sucked back down into this nonsense down here. Grind, theta kill, theta kill, theta kill, and then we'll do it again up into OpX. And then after OpX, we'll do it again
more
for
from earlier on, where there was a headline
for month end for the 7100 trade or whatever, 7115 or whatever that trade is on SPX.
Hit in a drone attack in Iraqi Kurdistan.
Fucking annoying. This is fucking annoying. Sitting here down here today was a pain in the ass.
From Rudo English, they say the Sarsam
I worked
oil
for money
field
today.
in Dohak province, operated by US-based
I'm such a
was
fucking
targeted by two
I'm
drones.
such a bitch. I had to work for money today. I had to put the time in down here.
Casualties were reported, but the field sustained
I had to do the
damage,
mining down there. I was in the mines. Hold on a second here. It doesn't matter. I'm going to tell you guys truthfully here. I'm going to tell you about I'm going to tell you something important. I follow the data very, very, very closely, like deep. I dig into it. I get into it. I look back on it for years and decades. And I'm going to tell you one last thing. The data does not fucking matter unless it's material. That usually takes time, or it's something really devastating, not bullshit. Like, this is the worst unemployment rate since the Great Depression. That was horse shit. I knew it was horse shit. I told you it was horse shit. This data that's coming out tomorrow will be bullish. And not only that, when you're trading down into this data and not up into it, it's not sell the news, it's buy the fucking dip. If we're up into NFP, I've already told you that, you sell it no matter what the data is. When you're down into NFP, you fucking buy it no matter what the data is. If it's in the middle, you just like sit on your hands. We're in the bottom. This is the fucking bottom right here. This right here is the fucking bottom, period. There is no will to sell this, no matter what bullshit they're teaching, selling us on fucking socials and media and whatever about the doom and gloom. You know, even oil. Let me show you something about oil really quick.
For missiles at Israel.
Let me show you guys something about oil really quick. CL. So CL doesn't. So we don't need any fucking oil from Iran. Light sweet crude. Let me show you CL really quick here. You know, if this is the case, right? Hold on here. I chart CL all the time. I like trading CL. Hold on here. You know, you're saying this is a war? Well, let me show you something. We didn't have a fucking war in Iran back here in early February, did we? No, we had a cross of the daily trigger and the month on the weekly trigger. Right here, we squeezed above it. We were turning positive back at the beginning of the year here. So if you say, hey, oil's up because of Iran, I'm going to tell you, fuck you, no, it's not. No, it is not. It was bullish way back here. Ready to go up. So now it's just a question of, and this will come back too. This is actually all going to come back here. All this is going to come straight back down here. Close that gap. And you're going to assign it to no more war or something like that. But the news is only an inflection point. Gives you a reason to give an excuse to it, but it was going up no matter what. You can see it right here. You can see it right there. Way long time ago, it was already going up. And then no one knew there was a war going on, and you're like, oh, they knew there was a war going on. Fuck no. We did the same shit up in here, right up in here, big crank up here in June. So, you know, it's hard to, like data. Like, it's because of the war that oil's going up. Fuck no. That shit was going up. That shit was bullish like 2 months ago, and it got really bullish in February. So they're getting paid and printed. I think I said that earlier today, which is there's a trade, and then there's the real. And there's a big difference. We're reading too much into the fake for the trade. Oh my God, it's Iran. Everything's terrible. We're going to crash, right? because of Iran? Fuck no. It's a trade on oil. It's already started. So they're going to run that nonsense on your ass and on my ass, and you're going to be like, oh, and I'm going to be like, oh my God, we're going to crash. We're not crashing. This is all a trade. That's all it is. It's an opportunity to take a trade on oil long. And I'm looking at the price action the past 5 or 6 sessions, and I'm trying to justify this like crash mentality, and I can't. Like, I'm like, this price action does not match risk off. We're risk off right now. I'm like, this price action does not match it to me. We would be way lower right now. As a matter of fact, where are we right now in terms of the all-time high? We are down total from all-time high. All-time high, right? The all-time high, we are down currently 2.69%. For all that fucking doom, all that we're risk off, we need to be way down. Way more down than 2.69%. So it just isn't it. Just ain't happening. Let's see if we can get a flush in here into the bell. Same thing with oil. Oops, sorry, I thought my thing was on here. Sorry about that. Give me a flush. Like, just fucking shank this shit so I can get long again. Like, shank it down. Give me like one more entry. I'll take it today. I'll take it in the morning. Just shank this fucker to the depths of hell again. I didn't trade yesterday. I didn't have my my brokerage open yesterday. I was afraid to show my codes to get into it. I've had my brokerage broke into before, so hopefully we can get a little bit of a squeeze. Oh, not a squeeze, but a bloodbath in here. Maybe we can get some dealer action in here to the downside. And if not, we'll try again in the morning. We might not be afforded that opportunity, though. You want that? Yeah, I'm not long here. I need a pullback. I need a flush to get long again. I'll let the trade pass me by. Holy shit! Donald Trump fired Kristi Noem. Fed her to the wolves. She's got some other shit too. Kristi Noem, I think yesterday, it came out that she was doing some corruption with a company. And I think a senator said to you yesterday, you know that one day, no matter what, this is going to come out and you're going to prison. You can deny it right now, but it's the moment that Senate changes, you're getting cuffed.
Iran's President Pezeshkian on Kurdish
So
separatist
she's
groups
jumping on the
says
hand
that the
grenade
armed
right
forces
now.
are tasked to deal decisively with any separatist movement. Also, 1 minute ago, now to the market.
She's probably going to go to prison. I would expect her at some point to go to prison. They're saying it's as frustrations build. It isn't. That's not the reason. They're going to get her for corruption at some point. They got her for, I guess it was a company that she dealt with in when she was in office. She has ties to them. They gave them $150 million for a company that didn't exist.
According to ICI, US money market assets rise to a record.
And a political operative, I guess, owns the company. They tied it all back to her. So I think she's in deep shit. That's maybe not today, but probably the midterms they'll come after her. I don't know. I say that, but it might not be true. Democrats are like they can't fight their way out of a fucking wet paper bag, can they? Democrats are fucked up. They're like, oh yeah, we're gonna go get her definitely. Then they go, no, bygones be bygones, bro. Don't worry about it.
Market close imbalance. S&P 500 buy side.
They'll tell you they're gonna go after her for corruption, and then they're just gonna forget about it.
1.9 billion. Dow 30 buy side 1.1 billion.
What's that guy's name from New York? He's gonna be like, strongly worded letter will do here. We're all doing corruption here. You know that, right? The Republicans and the Democrats. Right? I don't know if they're all going to prison. They're acting like they're not going to go to prison. They're all acting. All of them are like, they know something that it's like the cat that's got the mouse in their mouth. They're like, well, I'm not going to prison. The blatancy of it. They don't think they're going to prison ever. I wonder if they're hoping for like that China war or AI takeover or something. I think they're hoping for it, or someone's telling them that it's going to happen. I don't think I've ever seen anything that flagrant, committing crime that flagrantly. Like the talk about nationalizing elections, unconstitutional. It's not going to happen. But of course, we'll find a workaround and a this and a that. And it's like, there's got to be something that we don't know. You know what it reminds me of? All of it reminds me of? It reminds me of like two parents and a child. Like when your kid says to you something like, I'm going to do this or I'm going to do that. And you as the parent know something they don't know. And you're like, okay, sure you are. Sure. Okay. Yeah. Oh, you are? You're going to do that? I bet you are. That's how I look at it. Like there's something that they don't know or that we don't know. And it could be nothing. It could just be like Democrats. Dude, I'm telling you, Democrats don't do shit. Democrats are they're the corporate Democrats. That's the DNC, right? DNC is a corporate. They don't have populists. Like you had like the death of the RNC. Like here's a good example. The Supreme Court, the SCOTUS that went against tariffs, the two that dissented. They were Trump appointees, but they were Republican, corporate Republicans. They're like classic Republicans. The DNC doesn't have populist Democrats. Like Trump to me is not a Republican. He's a populist. And I think that's why he's frustrating for a lot of people because he'll do things that you agree with, but not how they're being done. He'll do things that piss off Republicans. It's like MAGA is a populist movement. The Democrats have a harder time for populists to gain power. And how that happens is the RNC has a way more open nomination process for politicians. There's a pathway through the RNC to get nominated, support, and elected as a populist. The DNC, their nomination process is very controlled, way more controlled than the RNC. The DNC has a grip on who is their candidate, and they will do everything to ensure it's their chosen candidate. If you've never noticed that, it's a really if you ever have the time, look up some kind of a comparison of the nomination process in the RNC and DNC. Vastly different, vastly different. I don't even think the RNC you could get a populist in the current way that the nominations take place. Anyways. I might need to put that light on this side over here. I might need to do that. That might be a little bit too bright, too. I wonder if that reset itself and it's just blasting on me. It makes me look weird. It's like I've got this artificial sunshine. Turn that down just a hair. A little bit more. Tiny bit more. Yeah, someone fucked with that light. That white light's like blasting in my face. Turn that thing down. SPY cranking higher now, trading 681.43. These are the bears getting out, right? Sell. This is the unrealized volatility. Not waiting around for the realize volatility. Sellers exiting right now. Trading 681.38 to the upside into the bell. Maybe we can get some downside price action in the after hours and pre-markets. Maybe some volatility at 4 in the morning, 6 in the morning, something like that. But this looks like we're gonna go up tomorrow. I don't think you're gonna see us down at 9:30. Even if we have some like a quick, like yesterday with Avgo, when you have the quick flush, you'll see something like that. You'll see some kind of big blast down and then immediately straight back up again. 681.33 trading into 682.10. I should have fucking held those calls right into the goddamn close. 680 Let me go back and look here what they're trading right now. 678's trading $3.14. When I called the trade out, they were trading $1.78 is where I think I picked them up. 100% trade into the close. And I posted those in the Discord. So you should see, you can go back and check and see where I posted that I entered, exited, entered. And I don't know if I told anybody that I exited in Discord this time, but I was out earlier, if you don't know.
Hezbollah infrastructure in Beirut's southern suburbs.
I did not follow this all the way up. I got out right in here, right as we're right here about to go down. I exited.
So according to a correspondent here from Al Jazeera, explosion heard north of the Iranian capital, Tehran.
So she jumped on the hand grenade today. Well, Christy Nome, huh? Woo. I don't think they can go after her right now. They're gonna have to wait until midterms, or even the midterms might not do it. If you can, even if the Dems win the House and let's just pretend they won the Senate. I don't think they're gonna do that. But if they did, they still don't own the DOJ. They don't own the FBI. So there'll just be no will to convict her or investigate her. Even if you have an investigation in the or hearings in the Senate or the House of Reps, you're not going to get any kind of like, hey, we're going to charge you with something. She'll deny, and run out the 2 years. And then even then, you got to wait another. Even if then you have to win if you're a Democrat, and you got to win. When you win, you also have to figure it's going to take months or years to investigate. From today, that would be what? 6 years from now. 6, right? No, 4. Yeah, 4 years from 5 years from now, something like that. It'll be rear view mirror for everybody. Your boy there. Everybody will be gone at that point. No one will care. Trading 681.68 into the hourly trigger right now. See how this shit goes?
So it's being reported from Meher News that explosions heard in parts of Tehran.
I don't think you can. I have zero faith in my elected officials. None of them, like literally none of them. I got zero. I'm getting too old now. I've seen too much of this shit over the years. Shit. Like I'm a Democrat, but I voted for Obama. And Obama did change, and we're gonna do this and hope and all that kind of shit. He didn't do a fucking thing. So they got my boy Bernie, right? Then you had the Bernie Bros saying they was gonna get elected and nominated. Then they brought in Bloomberg to fuck him up, to fuck up Bernie Sanders. The DNC did that, and then the Bernie Bros said they were voting. They didn't show up to vote. I think about that sometimes today with I think about that right now with I try not to consume a lot of the Democratic noise because
we do have Trump meeting soccer champions.
I try not to consume that shit because
we'll get a video on the feed.
You can't trust them. They didn't vote in this past election. I have a problem with Democrats screaming and yelling right now. I do. You didn't show up to vote. This last vote was one of the worst votes since I think Truman or Nixon. Maybe it was Truman. I can't remember. LBJ maybe. Where there's straight apathy. One of the lowest turnouts in the general election for both candidates. And it's like, well, I'm mad right now. I'm like, we didn't vote, so fuck off,
To reports
and then they're claiming they're going to come out. These Dems are claiming they're going to come out and vote in the midterms. I don't believe these fucking Dems at all. I don't fucking believe them. They're going to whine and bitch and vote on the internet rather than vote in person.
So that's a reporter from I-24 News.
I'll believe it when I see it. And the Republicans just as bad. Republicans had one of the worst turnouts ever too. It was straight apathy. So anyways, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Sorry for talking politics or whatever, but I'm not trying to piss anybody off out there. I got MAGA friends. I got Republican friends. I got Democrat friends. I got hard left Democrat friends. So I don't really hate people for their politics and stuff. I like people who they are. If I meet you, hang out with you, and you're a real person in real life, I'm not one of those like talking heads or influencers or whatever. They're like, it's like this and it's like that. I'm a real person in real life, so I know we all got to get along and live life and stuff like that, in my view. So don't feel like I hate you because you're a Dem or something like that. I'm a normal guy, live a normal life, putting pants on, taking pants off, that kind of stuff. All right, that's the end of the day for today. You guys are pretty aware as to what to expect. I tried to ram home that idea this morning that we're not crashing. Even if you're a bear, please believe me. I'm begging you more than anybody. That rant this morning is not geared towards me, towards bulls. That rant is geared towards you being suckered into not a seller, but like the bear, the doom bear. Don't drink that shit Kool-Aid right now. Not right now. Please don't. It's not real. It's not happening. They're accumulating this shit to go up. So I can't see anything for a crash or a major correction at this today. As of today, or not even just today. Last week, this week, I don't see it. So just be vigilant. I just don't see it right now. Yeah, I got no hate towards anybody. I got nothing. I got zero. I'm here all about living life and stuff like that. So, you guys have a great afternoon. I'll see you guys tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. You'll have another brief for tomorrow. Your expectations are the same as they were midday right here. There's no change. Some weakness in the overnight. Maybe we get a quick down slice in the morning. They could even start ramping this. I'll be honest with you guys. Last time I did an FP like this, it just kept ramping. So we could ramp this whole thing all day long tomorrow. So either, get long on the lows from this morning or try to find a low tomorrow in the morning.
Financial data integration.
If you can. And you guys already know, if you guys want to see, here, let me show you guys something. Hold on here. Here, I'll show you guys something. Hold on a second here. I think most of our paid community, like the people that support what we do here, where is it at? Yearly outlook 2026. You guys want to see the yearly outlook for 2026? Here, I'll show it to you right now. See where we're at. We're in a day there. Hold on.
China panel chair Mulana writes to Besant on China investments in the US.
This isn't the right one. Hold on here. Oh, is this this was last year's outlook. Hold on here. This was last year's outlook, not this year's. I gotta find this year's outlook. We followed last year's outlook almost to a T. You guys want to see last year's outlook? This is last year's right here. This was last year's outlook. This year's outlook.
Miller adds the dangers of China investment in critical US sectors.
2026 outlook right here. Let's take a look at this one. This is our outlook for the year. You want to see it? The only thing that I don't know about this outlook, we give this to our members. The only thing I don't know about this outlook here is how deep this is. I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt that we'll have some election volatility. Oh my God, the Democrats are going to win. Recession time, AI fares. Oh my God, a big wick down here, and then we're rampo-rama. And this should continue. I didn't write this in this year's outlook, but this should continue pretty big into January, February, March.
Data to come through.
Like your Bitcoin should print late. There's a bunch of like late printer stuff back over here. Like early January, there should be a big move higher in here. If you want to see it, right there. That's what I think for this year. I don't see this big crash. I don't see it. Dan, haven't seen it. I don't see it. So we'll come back and look at it again. We'll check on this all year long. If it like, let's say we do crash or something, we're down here or we break out. I don't change these things if they're like, look, you want to see where you're wrong. So you want to see this. As a matter of fact, I don't have us. I've got us possibly
USMC
doing
in
this.
Kuwait says no injuries reported.
To hit
following
this one right
Iranian
here
attack on
for
embassy
late
the embassy
March,
building.
early April, and then back down again. Got us going right back down here again. Fairly consistent. If you guys are long-term traders, that's what I've got for the year. And this like summer doldrums up here. Man, I think that I have a feeling that, not a feeling. It's none of this is feelings, but this volatility right here matches up to the election as it's going right now. And I think the AI thing is going to become an issue. I hope that that's not China. I hope the fuck that this is not China. I hope the fuck that China comes in 27, 28, maybe even 29. I hope to God. I not even that. I hope to fuck that there's never a war with China. I'll have to say that. I don't want a world war. I hope that the pain we have to go through for this new economy around the world is the lesser pain and not the bigger pain. I hope and pray that it's not like that. And I'm not religious. I don't wish that upon anybody.